Hold on to your butts, Storm Chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
All right, locusts and gentlemen.
Well, that probably explains that. I had that muted. Whoopsie daisy. What, on account of fucking with all my settings last time? I swear, I don't know what it is with OBS. It's like the whole thing is stuck together with old chewing gum and twine and baling wire. Just to get my cameras to run. I don't know if it's OBS, maybe it's Logitech. Logitech cameras are kind of finicky, and like this blue screen of death I was getting earlier today was definitely related to the Logitech drivers when I started digging into it. So I reinstalled all my drivers, and I unplugged everything, and I reconfigured. But I mean, like, even when it's working, I can't get my cameras to run in OBS without unplugging and replugging them into like a new USB port. Need to get some new sub badges. 4 months. I shouldn't. I think I've got sub badges all the way up to 6 months, which is what it will let me have. Puck Duncher, thank you so much for that sub, man. 4 months in a row. You know what I really need? What I really need are some new emotes. I did reach out to the artist who did our current round of emotes, and I'm waiting to hear back right now. But once they accept the commission, they seem to work pretty fast. So we should be able to get those back up and running. Necro Bob, Pez Motion, White Wolf, Tiny Robots in a box. I saw Roland in there. Where you at? Yeah, there's Roland. Doing some painting, huh? That's good to hear, man. We're going to be doing some, this week I want to get some MechWarrior going. Some Battletech painting going again. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the robot painting. Speaking of robot painting, I got another Revelations mini done up with kind of a cool little spiral missile effect coming off of his shoulder launcher here. This guy should be fun to paint. I managed to do this as a single piece print. I love doing that. I know it's not necessarily ideal. It's actually easier in many cases to print smaller pieces and glue them together, but I like it. I like having one piece. Plus this lets me do stuff like I took the smoke trails and put them down into the shoulder pad so that it connects, and it just makes this whole thing into a much stronger structure. But that's Revelations. I want to do some more BattleTech this week. Maybe we'll get we'll dig into some of our Thunderhead, Storm Chasers, Mercenaries. I want to paint up this Orion that Kursala did. I had a little bit of an issue printing it. Not a major one, and it's an easily fixed one. So I'm going to have to print this guy again. Steiner Miniatures, good to see you. Sentient Pickle, Papa Bear. Who all? We got Wolf and Spawn. Man, we're full up tonight. Hey, Shavio, good to see you. How are things? Pooped out a couple of quick bashes. I chewed up an old Atlas that I had, and an Orion, and a couple of Wasps, and you should see what came out the other end. It weren't pretty, I'll tell you that. Haven't painted in a few days. You know, Sentient Pickle, sometimes you just gotta take a break, man. Sometimes you just gotta take a break to get it back. So yeah, I printed Kursala's Toad Smasher Orion. It's a beautiful, beautiful job that he did getting this model all put together. It's not perfectly optimized. It has kind of a big void in the middle here, so it came apart there. It's got a couple of voids in the ankles and the knees. But these are all, like, really easy to fix things. Now that I know they're there, I'm just going to jump into 3D Builder, put some shapes in there, and try another print on it. But he's got a little, you can see him, little power armor, little toad, little elemental smash beneath his foot there. I think that for the Storm Chasers Mercs, the Orion is going to be my mech. That's the one I'm going to do for myself. Stomping on some elementals. As it should be. What's up, Hathru? Did you print that model I sent you? Because the wife says you have to give his ass extra... Oh, and the wife says. The model, the Golden Boy. I had a couple of print failures on him, Hethrir. I got another round of him going right now after kajiggering the... I tried to do a larger print on him, but that model is so detailed that you really do need to print the individual parts and then glue them together. So that's what I'm doing now. I've got a plate of that going. What's up, Cat? How you doing? Thanks for being here.
Hello there.
It's a beautiful Orion, Samare. Yeah, really, like, the whole sculpt is absolutely gorgeous. I love the changes that he made to it. I'm really looking forward to painting it. I just gotta make a couple little modifications. It's one of the things I love about 3D printing, is I made this whole model and it's not perfect, and I'm like, oh well, I'll throw it in the trash and make another one for, like, cents. For pennies. For pennies, you guys! It's crazy! Okay, maybe not pennies. Maybe, like, a whole 25 cents. Well, technically, that would be pennies if you had 25 pennies. You know. I'm glad to see that my bot is actually working now. Oh my god. I got started late trying to do my setup, and I got the blue screen of death, and I logged in, and the chat bot was disconnected, and all the authorization tokens were completely empty, and I was like, oh shit. But thankfully, with a little methodical action, I managed to get things fixed up. That's fine, I can glue things. Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna pay special attention to America's ass tonight. You don't have to worry about that, Ethrier. We're gonna do a good job on Cap. I know I keep saying I'm doing these to tabletop quality, and I keep going beyond that, but the truth is that I've been holding on to these models for so long for my buddy Jack. I really kind of want to give him better than tabletop quality. I've been given a little bit of a reprieve in the form of the whole lockdown thing, so he hasn't been able to get out and play games, but that's really no excuse for holding on to his models this long. So I'm going to give him some nice paint jobs. I got these guys painted. Not the best paint jobs I've ever done, mostly dry brushing. I need to do some more work on the eyes. I'm struggling getting the eyes to pop. But the Imperial Sentry droids have come out pretty nice. This is the heavy rifle guy. He's got like a double long rifle that's more modeled after one of the big guns the Stormtroopers used. But overall, I'm pretty happy. Some more orange. Yes, I don't have, weirdly, Vergaderung, many oranges in my paint rack. I've only got like one, and I wasn't really happy with it. So I've been playing around with mixing my own, and I may have to buy a couple of particular ones. But yeah, it needs a little bit more orange in the eyes just to make them pop. They wound up kind of small, but it's hard to avoid at this scale. They definitely need brightening up, though, because you can only really see the one on the left. I'll take some better pictures of these guys later. Yeah. Buddy mine posting the Storm Report, he's thinking of taking commissions. I'm looking forward to seeing that, Tiny Robots. Yeah, they're cool droids, and once I got the I'm pretty pleased with the poses overall. We got the one pointing, you can tell he's the boss, he's the leader. He's always the one pointing, and then so for the Death Troopers that I want to proxy them as, there's another leader upgrade that you can add, and it becomes your unit leader. It's like a special Death Trooper. I guess it's the Death Trooper from Rebels, from the Kyber Crystal Transport episode. So I did this one up to replace the leader model. It's not pointing, but it's giving a little, hand signal. It's like, hold here, and it's got a antenna on its back. I don't know, it's all I could think of to kind of differentiate it as a command model. I think the grass came out better on these than it did on the Stormtroopers I did. In fact, I know it came out like, look at this. The grass on the droid versus the grass on the Stormtrooper. It stands up so much better and looks so much more uniform, which is exactly what I wanted to go for the Lothal bases. Hey, Casual Robot, we're not painting Legion today? We're going over some work that we've been doing. Machine God 777, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I saw you posting the Storm Report. I saw that. I caught you in there. Machine God, would you be Tiny Robot's buddy? Are you the one? Huh? Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Ah, see, I can put obvious things together. I have deductive reasoning like you wouldn't even fucking believe. I don't. I miss a lot of things. But I got that. But anyway, yeah, I think the grass on this droid looks a whole lot better than the grass on the Stormtrooper, so I might scrap and redo these bases. Using those static grass applicators is tricky. Yeah, Samare, I've thought about that too, like making it look like it's been trod on, but I really want to go for the sort of, because when you watch, now I know everything in Rebels is really stylized. Hey, Datron Voltari, good to see you, thanks for joining us. I know that everything in, how does that grass age? Is in getting dusty, etc. I mean, it will get dusty, Necrobob. You gotta hit it with a little bit of, like, canned air. That's just the nature of the beast, But every time you see the grass on Lothal, it's like standing straight up. it has this whole, virgin grasslands thing going on. And I'd rather it look less trod upon, for the most part. Like, I do some grass effects, like, on my speeder bases, where it looks like it's being blown to the side. That's an okay effect. I want to work on that some more. I feel like the Lothal bases aren't perfected yet. Like, I gotta keep making them, and I'll come up with some more ideas. No, Samir, thank you so much. I appreciate your thoughts on the matter. This is just more the visual that I'm going for. Casual Robot, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers. Are you using an air puff applicator or an electric model? I'm using one of the electric static grass applicators, and that takes practice, I found. Just because it charges it doesn't mean that it always falls perfectly straight up and down. And then there's a lot to do with the consistency of the glue you're using. I found that using glue that was too thick almost caused the grass to sort of pull off to the side as it started to dry. You kind of want something that's more, make it look like the foot's being dragged through the grass as they walk forward. That's doable, Sentient Pickle. Do something like, with the way this one is stepping forward, Tiny Robots with the gift sub over to Necrobob. Thank you so much for that. Necrobob, you don't have to watch commercials anymore. Isn't that fucking awesome? And you get to use some of our awesome voice commands. Of which I need to get more. I gotta keep updating stuff. Yeah, but like over here, for instance, behind the foot, I could like drag this grass back or make it look like it's been stomped on. That's actually a good idea. I want the grass to overall be standing up, but having some of it look a little trod upon.
Welcome everyone
look more natural
to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Don't do it.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't. You guys don't do it. Pez Motion, thanks so much for that, man. I don't know why I don't have a notification for anything to do with Twitch Prime subs. Like, it doesn't give any notification when people use it. It's madness. Oh, and pretty soon, one of the next Legion projects I'm going to be doing on here are going to be these IG-1000 Magna Guards that I'm going to be running as proxies for the BX Commandos. I am using Slob's Machine God, that's Streamlabs OBS. What was I saying? Yeah, I'm going to be using these as proxies for the BX Commando droids with swords. And I started fooling around with, this is, like, okay, yeah, I could go into the 3D and sculpt these little electric bolts in 3D and print them out, but I already printed these models, and I don't just want to throw them away because I actually printed pretty nicely, so I'm just going in with some wire and adding this effect, kind of like I did on Callus. I'm going to paint that all like electric bolts on their electro staffs. That'll be a fun project. But yeah, we got some Battletech coming up this week. We got some more Legion. We're going to have some more Revelations. Should be a busy week. Should be a busy, good week. Let's wrap our heads around Captain America, shall we? I've been having issues getting alerts in it myself. Yeah, it was...
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And also more. OBS worked well for me for a long time with the notifications, and then something must have changed because spontaneously the way that it was routing my audio changed. Like, I didn't change any settings, but suddenly things weren't showing up. And the only way I can get sound out of my alert box, is by having my desktop audio on. It just plays right over my speakers. But then everything plays, and that kind of sucks. And right now I have everything being routed with virtual audio cables, except the alert box, because it's the one thing I can't isolate. And I don't know why that... I'm sure there's a way to do it, I just haven't figured it out yet. Wrap America's ass around my head. Tiny Robots, it's always good to have you around, man. You know just what to say. You know? On his painting setup instead of his gaming one. Thank you so much, Tiny Robots. Now you too, Machine God, get to enjoy some of our ridiculous voice commands, which if you look down below the screen... Actually, it might not be below the screen anymore. Twitch just recently redid everything. Are the commands still down there? I need to take a look. But if you scroll down, you should be able to see a little list of voice commands that you can use as a subscriber, which will play chaotic harmonies intoxicating voice. Right over top of mine. Exciting stuff. Well, yeah, I said I was rapping my... That's really... It's more of a metaphor than an innuendo, you know? You do not get grumped at, Cat. When have I ever grumped at Cat? When has that ever happened? Like, not even one time. That's ridiculous. It's nonsense. Excellent, Gear Falcon. Glad to hear it. By the way, Gear Falcon, good to see you, man. How are things? Ah, lordy lord. In your endo. Oh, yeah, it's so fucking funny. Jesus. My wet palette is a bit of a mess right now. It has my paints that I was using for my Imperial droids, which, ooh, before I do this, I'm gonna show one other thing before I occupy my desk with paints, which is theoretically why everybody's here. I think it is. Got the missing backpacks for my Infinity models. That's excellent. I am glad to hear it, Gear Falcon. When did I say that was look, I made that a button. For God's sake.
As Crackling Thunderspunk. Yeah!
That's so fucking stupid. Oh my god, why do I have that as a button? That's terrible. Okay, which one of you, who among you was the one who was recommending these to me? Somebody in one of the previous streams, and I'm sorry, I can't remember who it was recommending these magnifying things. And I'm not going to wear them during the stream, but I'm going to... Datron, you were? Okay, I'm going to put them on to show you just how sexy you two can be. Look at this. I'm like a fucking robot. I can see it 2x magnification, and it has like a little light on the front of it, like beep. And then I can be like, and actually for doing like freehand or super fine work, this shit is awesome. It's really, really nice. Datron, thank you so much for suggesting these. They were like $16. Look like one of the lone gun. Yeah, it looked like one of those shots when the camera cuts to the lone gunman in like their basement, you know, and like one will be looking over here and the camera will be here and they'll go, ooh, and look right up into it like that. It's one of those shots. Just to sell you on how weird they are. They're really nice. Yeah, for like freehand work and fine work, I'm going to use these quite a lot. And they were not very expensive. And they're like rechargeable. I just plugged them into a USB port. So I got some more parts printed from my Grasslands farm set for Star Wars Legion. This just finished last night. And I'll post some more pictures over in the Discord so you can see what these are based on as well. But these are all based on Murad Sumar's farm from Season 1 of Star Wars Rebels. This is the archway that sits outside his farm that they drive under to get onto his property. But it printed out pretty nice. Laying on its side so all these curves are nice and smooth. It's going to look better painted. I mean, everything looks better painted, you know? But it prints in one piece, and then you print out these little feet, and it just snaps right into those. And you have a nice piece of at least one directional blocking cover for Star Wars Legion. This is going to go with the rest of the set that I will hopefully be able to release here pretty shortly, but a much bigger and more interesting piece that is almost finished. I got to reprint one part of this, but I have the barn. Machine God, I don't have my profile posted anywhere. A lot of it has to do with the orientation of the prints. If you're printing soft curves, you really want those curves to be flat. You don't want to try to print that in a... words failing me, in the Z-axis, because you end up with these nasty steps. How much was that Samara? It was like, I think it was $16 on Amazon, the magnifying. And it comes with this whole box of different levels of magnification, which is really nice. But let me show you one more piece. And by one more piece is technically, I think, 8 more pieces. But it's 8 pieces that go together and will be glued together here soon. They're not glued together right now because I gotta reprint the black one, the top one. But this is Murad Sumar's barn, and I'm so happy with how this has come out. Now, you're not gonna really see all the details very well because this is white PLA and I've got bright light shining on it, but you can see, like, with the shadow there are details on here like this grating. Let me see if I can get an angle to show. So there are these 2 cut-ins right here, And I'll show you all this again when it's painted. There we go. You can see there's like these pistons mounted in here on either side. But you print this central block that has a chunk taken out of it, and you're like, bam, I got the start of the barn. Then you print this arch laying on its side, so this curve comes out, let's see, get the shadow, nice and smooth, and that just slots right down on top there. And then you print the rear of it in 3 pieces. All of these are sized to print on the Ender 3. So if you, I mean, it's the most common printer for the most part, the most common print area, 200 millimeters by 200 millimeters. But then you take this, and you go chunk, and you go chunk, and you go chunk, and then you do the same on the front. 2 of the pieces are the same, so you just print them twice, and then there's the front piece here, which, this is the one I need to print again. I've separated this piece from the overall piece because the angles just aren't kind of right for this. See, they came out all stepped and kind of janky. Now you could finish this. You could sand this and make it smooth, and it would be nice, but I just removed this piece, so I'm printing... In fact, this is what's on the print bed right now. This piece, and then this piece will print separately, and you can slot it in. But then this goes on the front, and you print this little antenna piece, and it goes here, and this is a big fucking piece of terrain right here. Look at the size of this thing. It's massive. It's crazy. And the thing that I'm most pleased with is that, I mean, not most pleased with, but something I'm pleased with is that there are these really cool, these little sections here are sized so that you can fit a model in there. You can have a 5-man squad up here, and this will just be like natural built-in heavy cover. I'm really a fan of like low-profile terrain. Terrain that doesn't look too goofy, but works really well within the rule set of the game, and I'm so happy with how this came out. It needs a couple little tweaks, and then it's going to be getting released. Is the interior shell of the main structure hollow, or just a bunch of supports? The interior is supports, but I only do 7% infill. And 7% is supportable, 7% is workable on the things that I make. It doesn't always work on every model. Some geometry can interact very poorly with low infill percentages, but like every single cut that I make on here, I make some little adjustments to it, and I make little chamfers, and I fit in little built-in supports so that you can get away with really low support percentages. Captain Zodabeard, wait, who are you asking? I run an Ender 3. If you're asking what an Ender 3 is, it is a 3D printer, specifically that one up there in the right-hand upper corner. It is one of the best okay, I don't want to say that it's the best 3D printer on the market, because that's just a fucking lie. But it lives in this perfect Goldilocks zone of affordability, functionality, and accessibility. It is... I picked up one for $180 a little over a year ago, which sounds weird to say. It feels like it's been longer than that. And I've been running it like almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since then. Like, it has barely slowed down.
I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Oh, God, I feel like every time he says that, I'm tempting fate. Tempting the cruel gods of fate. Anyway, I'm getting really close to having this whole farm table set up, and I'm really excited about that because the, like I know I've shown you guys before, but the moisture evaporators that I put together for printing came out really nice. The fences have come out really nice. The arches come out nice. The barns come out nice. I have one building to do now, and then print a bunch of walls, and then, you know, paint it all. Which, I'm sure that'll happen like that, right? And then I'll be able to share it around. Thank you for saying so, Samir. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with them. I also, somebody recommended, and I just went ahead and picked up because it was on sale, the Art of Star Wars Rebels, the art book that they actually released for it. And, oh, it's so cool. And I really like, I'm just going to go through that book and just make every goddamn thing from their concept art. It's going to be good practice, honestly, and it's what I'm into right now, so I'm rolling with that. That, and I'm working on the Trinity City Defense set. I got a couple more interesting wall permutations for you I'm going to be previewing soon. Specifically some hard points, some infantry bastions, some areas for, like, turrets. Yeah? Because right now I have all the straights and the turns and the tunnels done. I need to finish the hangar, I need to finish the last few wall permutations, and we'll be able to release that, and then move on to the next phase of Trinity City. And I've got a couple more Battletech terrain pieces I've been kicking around for a while that are about to hit about 90%. I want to release another set like Trinity City, a standalone set that, you know, builds on its own aesthetic. And I'm excited about that. I'm excited. In general. I'm an excitable guy, you know? Picked up art books for things like Titanfall 2. Ooh, I should get that. Oh man, Titanfall 2 is such a great fucking game. It's so cool, and their designs were so nice. Mass Effect, yeah. Battlestar Galactica, yeah, I really like, and I like being able to read, like, artist notes, too. See what they had in mind. Of course, Tiny Robots, American mecha game. Let's be absolutely clear. Hey, Pondburn, good to see you. How are things? Yeah, the artist notes are really nice. Alright, so now I gotta paint Captain America. I have to actually paint Captain America, not just sit here bullshitting. So I think the key is to start by picking a blue. Yeah, Titanfall 2 was on sale on Steam for like $10 recently. It's been on EA Origin for like $5. Oh, hell. I should have bought it on Steam when it was on sale for $10. I just realized I would willingly pay $10 to not have to use EA Origin ever fucking again. But I already owned it, so I just kind of put it out of my head. Maybe that was dumb. Nah, I don't do dumb things. Come on, that's not like me. I do smart things. SMRT. Thank you for the reminder, White Wolf. If I'm not too into PvP, will I still enjoy Titanfall 2 for the PvE content? Sentient Pickle, yes. The single-player campaign is fan-fucking-tastic, and there are several multiplayer modes that are actually PvE, and they're actually pretty fun. I would spend the $10. It's still... Okay, I'm gonna buy it tonight, then. I'll just spend the $10 on it. Flavolicious, good to see you, Cat. Could we get a shout-out for my man Flavolicious over here? You still have to use Origin...
And so I painted on some metallics.
Oh, no.
Bitches love metallics.
Seriously, Cat? It makes you use Origin anyway? In that case, maybe I won't. Because I just have it. But yeah, it's definitely worth playing. Like, it's the only reason I have Origin. It's the only reason I tolerate Origin. But it's a fan-fucking-tastic game. It's so good. So good. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, I need a glove. You're right. How well does your Hextech stuff work for those who play Hexless? Puck Duncher, interesting you should ask that. Because Hextech all comes, ironically, in both Hexed and Hexless formats. I have an entire set that is Hexless. I have an entire separate set of files for doing streets, foundations, in an urban environment that is entirely Hexless. Oh, excuse me. Hang on a second. Yeah, Samare, I agree. The single-player campaign for Titanfall 2 is a little bit short compared to some other games, but I barely even notice, because it has such good flow. Like, you never really stop in the game. You keep moving forward. It has a wonderful balance of giving you unique abilities for particular missions and having you use them in a meaningful way, and then taking them away before they become cloying. There's even a section of the game, I think they use the Smart Pistol very intelligently in Titanfall 2, because you don't get the Smart Pistol for the entire game. Until one sequence near the end when you pull out this emergency pilot's kit and in it is the Smart Pistol, and the whole mission, you have to just keep moving because everything's exploding around you, and it's perfect because you run into a room and you're running along a wall and you aim and it'll target like 4 guys and you go boom, 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 shoot them all in the head real quick and you barely even have to stop. But you don't get to use it for the rest of the game where it would be like cheap and not really all that much fun. Never even bothered to try Titanfall 1, bought Titanfall 2 when it came out at full price and I don't regret anything. Titanfall 1 was also good. I really enjoyed the multiplayer PvE in Titanfall 1 that a lot of people did not. And it made me sad that more people didn't enjoy it because I really want to get a Titanfall 3. Apex Legends is set in the same universe as Titanfall and it's fairly popular. I don't know how I feel about that though, because the fact that it's popular kind of makes me afraid that we're going to get more Apex Legends and not more Titanfall. Because everyone's like, I love Titanfall, as long as there aren't any Titans in it, which I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Alright, I'm going right to this nice dark void blue to get us started on Captain America. Yeah, no, it's not. It's set in the same universe, Puckduncher. It has some of the same characters that are in Titanfall 2. In Titanfall 2, one of the characters makes reference to Apex Legends. But other than that, it has nothing to do with Titanfall, as far as I know. I mean, you know, developed at the same company and whatnot. I feel like they're gonna do more of that because that's what's popular. And why don't game companies cater to me specifically and by name? That's really my question here. Why aren't more companies out there like, what does Thunderhead want today? What are his whims and how can we meet them? Also, where's my medium? There it is. Yeah, nanotanks. That's I'm under that impression as well, and that makes me really quite sad because Titanfall 2 was fantastic. We need more mech games. Yeah, I agree. There's a really awesome VR mech game called oh shit, what's it called? Vox Machina. And it's excellent. Barely anyone plays it, and it's like almost exclusively multiplayer. There isn't really any single player content. But as far as putting you in the seat of a battle mech, it almost can't be beat. It's so immersive, like to the point where you can be sitting in your cockpit and like lean forward and kind of peek out of the cockpit glass and see your mech around you. It's really cool. Yeah, I've played most of the Earth Defense Force series, actually, Sentient Pickle. I find them cloying. Like, they're fun for maybe an hour. And then I'm like, alright. Alright, that's enough of that. They're so over the top, which obviously that's the point, and it's not really a bad thing. It's just not... It's like playing a nonsense version of the Japanese defense forces that are always fighting Godzilla with fucking maser cannons and shit. I'm not saying they're bad. I have owned... I mean, like, I've bought all of the Earth Defense Force games as they've come out. I don't think I've ever beaten any of them. I get, like, halfway through, and I'm like, okay. I get the point. Alright, let's start laying down some blue here. There was Hawken. Yeah, Hawken was fun. So, I hope that we might see a little bit of a resurgence in mech games as VR becomes more accessible and more popular. Because VR is right on the edge right now. The Oculus Quest made it much more accessible to a lot of people by making essentially a consumer model of VR that is remarkably affordable, easy to use, and standalone, so you don't have to also have a powerful PC to run it. But you can also tether it to a powerful PC and run some more advanced games using just the hardware and the headset. I think we're a little ways off from it becoming truly mainstream, like in every household, but we'll get there. And it'll be worth it because it shines, for me, VR shines on cockpit games. On games where you're in a fighter jet, or you're in a mech. Like, those are the kind of games you want to play, because you can just sit in one spot. You don't have to run around your living room like a maniac. Not that that's not fun, too. Games like Robo Recall or Arizona Sunshine, where you can do full movement, where you can actually move around and your character will move around in a full 3D space. I have played those by going out to my garage. I've got a 3-car garage. And I pull all the vehicles out, and I close it up, and I set an air conditioner. I set my boundary to a good, like, 25-foot square, and then go crazy on that. That is fun. That is a whole lot of fun. But if you're playing, like, in your living room, trying to play games like Robo Recall or Arizona Sunshine, it's fun, but it's not as fun. If you're limited in space, then cockpit-style games like Elite Dangerous and Vox Machina are amazing. And I think that once that, like I said, once that becomes more prevalent, once more people have access to VR gaming, I think mech games might see a resurgence in popularity, because I would slap a baby in the face for MechWarrior 5 in full VR. Even as shitty as so many aspects of the game are, so much of it could be completely made up for if it had good VR support and an excellent immersive cockpit to sit in. There's just nothing like the feeling of actually being in a mech to make you forget how shitty the gameplay and balance actually is. used head tracking. And it helps cockpit drive. Yeah, Necrobob, before I got my VR headset, I used to play Elite Dangerous using just a USB head tracker. And yeah, it's game-changing. It is game-changing. Just, it's so natural, particularly in a fighter game like Elite Dangerous, when somebody shoots by your cockpit and you just naturally are able to turn your head to follow them through the canopy. It's so nice. So nice. Full Metal Panic universe. Remind me, Full Metal Panic. Why? Oh, what? That's ringing a bell, but I can't place it. Good VR can't fix those voice oh god, until you said something, I'd actually forgotten about the voice acting in MechWarrior 5, and yeah, that is atrociously bad. In general, but guys, MechWarrior 5 was a disappointing game. Just overall, so many little things were wrong with it, and then a couple of big things, and they all add together into one big shit sandwich. No bueno. So this blue's actually going on pretty nice, creating some built-in shading for me. I might not have to do all that much on it, which would be good, because I'm feeling lazy. I'm always feeling lazy. Who am I kidding? Eastern Mecha. I feel like I'm having a brain fart, like I should know what Full Metal Panic is. I'm gonna have to go check that out and remind myself later. Good mech game could get me buying a VR setup, and that's just it, Nanotanks. There is at least one really good mech game called Vox Machina, and if you haven't seen it, look it up on YouTube. There are some gameplay videos. It's so much fun, and it's so immersive, but there aren't very many players, and it is almost entirely multiplayer. It has a great physics-based damage system, too. Like, you can't punch with your mechs, but you can just sort of body slam with them. And it works remarkably well. You know, procedural generation seemed awesome in like the early to mid 2000s. It really did. It seemed like it was the answer to all of our problems with, oh, we love this game, but the fact that you guys had to make every single level means there aren't enough levels. And someone was like, well, we'll do procedural generation, and it'll be like, you know, a bajillion handcrafted levels. And we were like, that's an amazing idea. But the problem is, if you really play games that much, the procedures that it's using to generate the levels become so obvious in a very short period of time. Procedural generation is not in and of itself a bad idea. There have been some procedurally generated environments that have been quite excellent in games, but for the most part, they're just samey. You know? Storm has passed, and I'm here to ruin your day. Dark Fox, well, the joke's on you, because my day just got a little bit better. How you doing, man? Glad you're feeling better. These gloves are red, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cap's gloves are red in this costume. I remember Diablo 2 blew all of our tits off with its procedurally generated levels. Infinite dungeons and so on. But that was, those were early days yet, you know? What mods do you have on your Ender Machine Guide? Woof, I've got a fair number. I have, I replaced the cooling fan and the duct. You can see that whole... I realize I'm pointing at a screen that you can't see. You can see that the fan on the upper left is mounted into... all the mods that I made are 3D printed. Like, I got the Ender 3, I set it up, and I started printing pieces to add to the Ender 3. I've got like a filament spool holder that I printed. I've got an advanced cooling duct that I printed. I've got some stabilizer feet that I printed. I've got a light bar up top that I printed. I've got cable drag chains, all that I printed. I only bought a few upgrades, and they were the things that you can't print yourself, like the yellow springs for the print bed. The silent motherboard, that upgrade is worth every damn penny. I was surprised at how well that worked, actually. I can't think off the top of my head what all mods I did, but a good number of them. Bolted a bunch of plastic shit to his end. I mean, yes, technically that is what happened, Flavolicious, after I printed it. Printception. Hey man, 3D printers printing more 3D printers is the dream. It's sort of where printing got started, honestly. It was with a bunch of nerds building printers and then using them to make more printers to send to their friends who would then make more printers. Like a fucking von Neumann probe. Then they set on fire and burn your house down. Yeah, well, there were some cheap Chinese parts in use on the first round of Ender 3s. This is true. And yeah, a couple fires got started, but that doesn't happen so much anymore. Says the guy with, like, 30 Ender 3s. God, the gray goo. I hope that's how the world ends. At least that would be a productive end to things, you know? If humanity could, at an absolute minimum, create its own doom in the form of hyper-efficient robots, that would be something. But that's not going to happen. Come on, we're not that cool. Skynet is wishful thinking. I absolutely do, Samare, except maybe a little less janky. Though, to be fair, once they gave them, you know, like an infinite amount of time in their little time dilation loop to evolve, they became pretty badass. Bought Titanfall 2 on Steam just to verify the origin theory. I'll report back with results soon. Cat, that is unnecessary but awesome, and I actually look forward to hearing what the news is on that. Because if I can get Titanfall 2 on Steam and not have to use Origin, that would be magnificent. Now, Cap has this little chin strap. I think I'm going to do that as brown leather, like the one from the movie, because that's a really good look. And I'm under the impression this model is mostly based on his costume from the movie, with some comic book modifications. So I think the brown chin strap is going to be the way to go. His eyes are so small that I don't believe I will bother painting them separately. Because, just nah. they're so shaded by his little helmet that he wears, I don't think it's going to make a difference. I just can't imagine trying to get in there and actually paint his teeny tiny little eyes. I say this as someone who paints miniatures. That's too small, you guys. It's too small. There's our base blue. Now let's pick a red. I would stream the Titanfall 2 campaign because I fucking love it, and I've played it enough times that I feel like I could adequately divide my attention between the stream chat and the gameplay. Of course, not that I stream gaming all that often. We've done it, what, a whole 2 times in 6 months now? Yeah? 3D canned easy cheese printer. Is that a thing, Sentient Pickle? It can be. You're not the only person thinking about 3D printing in food, I'll tell you that much. For my basic red, I'm going to Reaper Heraldic Red. I love this red. It's a really nice one. I'm going to start at the opposite corner because I'm going to kind of blend towards the middle, I think. That could be fun. I don't know if I would do it on my regular streaming nights. I am trying to keep going with the painting as much as I can, but maybe some extra streams. That could happen. I could be just sitting around one evening like, maybe I'll stream a little Titanfall. Yeah. BT7274 is one of the greatest mechanical characters in video game history as far as I'm concerned. I love BT. He is my boy. I noticed the spot I missed with the blue. My Reaper paints come out chalky. Really, Gear Falcon. My Reaper paints generally go on so smooth and nice. I've never really had a problem with them. What happened with the master race of red-headed archers? So I've played a little bit more of They Are Billions since that stream and learned a great many things about how I should be playing. I got much better after I did a couple of swarms and lost a few more matches. I was thinking about maybe doing another stream of They Are Billions and starting over with the other hero who I discovered is much more my playstyle anyway. And maybe bumping up the difficulty, that could be fun. Yeah, lots of walls. I realized how important it is to get wood production going early and build so many fucking walls. Just so many walls. HK47 greater than everyone else. I mean, he would certainly agree with you. I don't think HK47 would argue with that at all. He'd be like, well, yes, of course. Damn it, I keep doing this. I keep noticing these tiny little spots of blue that I missed. Let's do one more all-around check. And be sure I didn't miss anything before I switch colors again. Serial Killer. Spelled in the way that in my head I always spell it before I remember the way it's actually spelled. And then I giggle. I giggle a little bit. What's up, Serial Killer? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Please don't kill me. I'd appreciate it if you save that for other people. The Imperial Fist in me loves the talk of fortifications. Ooh, that sounds like a euphemism. I agree with you, though, Zoda Beard. I'm a Rogaldorn guy. Like, as far as 40k lore goes...
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. We're very permissive here at Thunderhead Studio. We allow just about everything, particularly in the Storm Report, just not your cock and balls. That's like, it's the one request I make. You know? Thank you so much, Serial Killer. I appreciate that. Both the compliment and you agreeing to not serial kill me.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Get it? Because it's a semen joke. Why do I keep letting Chaotic Harmony make voice clips for us? None of them are... It's terrible. It really is. No, nothing, Kursala. Nothing. Nothing that your bathing suit covers, okay? Hold up. Which stripe on Captain America's shield is blue? Somebody help me out here. I'm gonna say that the outermost... Wait, no, the center's blue. It goes red, blue, and then white again, right? Somebody help me out real quick. I want to say it's the area around the star that's blue. The center? Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you, Iberben. I'm going to assume you're right and hope that you're right because I'm about to put blue there. I don't have a reference pulled up, Sentient Pickle, no. Should I? I mean, yes, probably. But when have I ever done things the smart way? You think I haven't seen America's ass enough to know the arrangement of his colors? The old stars and stripes? Yeah, that's what got me, Samara. I was like, because it's stars and the stripes are red and white, and the stripes are the bands on the shield, so it's red, white, blue, white. Or rather, red, white, red, blue, white. Yeah. Chat's never steered you wrong, though. Yeah, that's never happened. Lay it on me, Roland. Lay on something weird, baby. Let's hear it. .46. Really? You think by mistake, or is there something else going on there? I can't think of an instance where a flag should only have 46 stars. But that doesn't mean there isn't one. Like, how long ago would that have been for 46? I feel like the arrangement would look odd with only 46. Oh, you know what I should have done for my intro today? I should have pulled up the Star Spangled Man. Oh well. I didn't think of it at the time. I was too busy dealing with a fucking blue screen of death. 1908. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. That's an old flag, then. Unless it's like a callback. Hey, Ren Momo. How are things? Alright, that's the blue. Now we can move on to some red. We were 46 stars with the addition of the Union of Oklahoma. Theodore Roosevelt and William H. Taft served as president on the 46-star flag, official flag, for 4 years. Wow, that's actually really cool. Do you think it's an original, Roland? Oh, I see that. Well, that's awesome news, Ran. I'm glad to hear it. A lot of people haven't been able to do a lot of traveling for a while. Well, I guess it wouldn't be too bad if, as long as you're removing an even number of stars, the arrangement wouldn't get too crazy. Not mean to get that there. We can just pull it out real quick. Yeah, there we go. One of the nice things about using properly thinned paints is if you get it someplace you don't want it, it's easy to pull out with a wet brush. So this red gradient's actually going on pretty nicely. My undercoating does not always work the best, but in this case I think it's actually working well. So that in there. That's a heavy shadow, but I still want it to be red. Yeah, it does sound pretty fucking original. Jesus. That's really, really cool, Roland. My lavatory is almost level 2 in Tarkov. How exciting! I noticed that you get like a little base in Tarkov you can level up. Important to spend points on the old pooper. Both in games and in life. Alejandro. It's really neat that you still have his flag. Is it still in good condition? I mean, you know, considering. I've considered it a few times, Gear Falcon, but I look at it and I just think to myself, is it either going to consume my life or it's going to depress me and piss me off? Like one of the two. There's no middle ground. The stripes on Captain America's midriff, the center one is red. Yes? I'm pretty sure it is. That's what I'm doing. Of course, I can barely see the stripes on this model. They almost don't exist. I'm mostly just going to be freehanding them, I guess. Yeah, that works. Just etch some six-pack abs into that space and give him a bare... Yeah, just draw, like, airbrushed abs in there. Like, oh! Like he got ripped off or something in the heat of the moment, you know? That'd be pretty Thundergun. You called it his midriff. It is his midriff, isn't it? What? His abdomen, his abs. What else would it be? It's just the first word that came to mind for that spot on a shirt. The actual joke is this isn't part of his uniform. There's actually nothing there on Captain America's costume. His abs are just red and white striped. Little known fact, he's actually naked. This is just what he looks like. They don't call him the Star-Spangled Man for nothing. Here? Yeah. I do wish the detail were a little bit more defined here, because I am just kind of having to pick places and color them and hope that it looks okay. What do they think we are? Artists? We are in we paint inside the lines, man. We're paint by numbers guys. Give me painting guides or give me death. America has a 50-pack of abs. Ugh! And it throws shields at people. Yeah. That is easily the strangest thing about Captain America, is the part where he's like, and I throw shields. That's not a thing, man. That's not even what shields are for. I think maybe you misinterpreted what you're supposed to do with a shield. But whatever, you know, it works for him. Who am I to argue? And it is made of, you know, magical unobtainium, so... You gonna tell Captain America how to use his shield? I will, Shock 21. I'll fucking tell Captain America how to use his shield. I'm kidding, I won't. Not even the fictional Captain America. I wouldn't even tell Chris Evans that he was wrong. I'd be like, hello, Chris Evans, sir. You are the best. You are the reason that I watch the Marvel television show. Which, let's face it, the Marvel movies are just like the longest, most expensive television show in human history. Truth be told, if I had the skills to throw a shield and then catch it, I'd probably do it too. But that's, you know, that's the great conceit, isn't it? He's just better than us. In every conceivable way. Doesn't really need it to protect himself. Yeah, it's true. He just bounces most blows off his fucking abs. I would be stoked to meet Chris Evans, I confess. He's pretty cool. I'm pretty sure the Avengers A is white with a red circle. I'm pretty sure. If someone wanted to check that for me and let me know after I've already committed to it that I'm wrong, I'd appreciate that. I guess it could be a white circle, but I feel like a red circle. I'm glad you think so, Roland. And yeah, he very much is. Both of those things. But you get along with a lot of flaming liberals, Roland. I mean, you're here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Pez Motion, is that there are a lot of different ways that you could do the Avengers A, but I like the red circle. I think the red circle is the way to go. Gives me one more spot to repeat the red on his uniform, since it's going to be white in a lot of the other places. He does use it as an actual shield sometimes, when he's doing super badass things like reflecting Iron Man's fucking ray gun beams. Which always seemed a little unnecessary. You know, you could just shoot them with the beam. You don't have to shoot the shield to then reflect the beam. But, you know, whatever you gotta do, man. It looks cool. I'm not gonna argue with Iron Man either. I'm gonna be painting Iron Man here pretty soon, and I admit I'm not looking forward to that. Because I feel like if I don't do some non-metallic metal effects on Iron Man, or just paint him metallic, like, it's not gonna look good. Uses a shield to protect his face while getting blasted ass first out a window in the first Avengers. I guess that does happen, doesn't it? Yeah. He does, It's not the first Avengers movie. Was it The Winter Soldier? Somebody, like, throws a grenade at him, and he jumps up in the air and curls his... He, like, goes into the fetal position behind the shield, and the concussion launches him out the window. That was pretty cool. Gonna go with a shiny color. I want to paint it flat. I don't want to do metallics. And I might end up trying some non-metallic metal effects on them. I don't know. I don't know. That might be stupid. I know I usually veer away from non-metallic metals, but Iron Man is just, like, because he's, you know, he's a comic book character, so I feel inclined to paint him like he is in the comics. And obviously they're not using metallic paint on their pages. So I may just refer to a bunch of art of him. I mean, as soon as I say that, I realize it's kind of silly. Like, of course I'm going to refer to art of Iron Man for when I paint Iron Man. Feeling pretty good about this base red. The shield's going to be interesting to paint, because I want to do some texturing effects on it. Otherwise it's not going to look right. Yeah, Iberben, I'm going to try a little bit of... we'll see. We'll see what I do with the shield. I've got some ideas. See, I've seen that attempt before. That, hey, Aeon Drummond, good to see you. Using a gloss finish. It's something, I know a lot of people do it. I've done it before. I don't really like the finish that it gives. It doesn't say metallic to me, it just says glossy paint. So maybe I'll torture myself. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I probably will. We'll just find out if I'm going to torture myself in precisely that way. little bit of particulate stuck on there from the priming process. Just the one little bit. I want to take that off. I already have the Hulkbuster, which is basically an Iron Man Dreadnought. Primaris Captain America. I would put Captain America against the Primaris Space Marine. Would he be at a bit of a disadvantage? Sure. But he has plot armor like you wouldn't fucking believe. He's got grit. Homeboy can dig deep. Now there's a little visual blemish there that I'm going to have to work around. That's okay. I can do that. That's what I get for not being more careful when I prime. Can you imagine a Dreadnought that throws a shield? I mean, I can imagine a Dreadnought that fires rocket bullets. I feel like that's probably more effective than throwing a shield, to be fair. I can imagine a Dreadnought that fires balls of superheated plasma. Again, probably more effective than throwing a shield. But then, you know, it's 40k, so all you have to do is go, it's a power shield with electro fields on it or something, and suddenly it will spontaneously make sense to throw it. Do you have any advice for people who are considering painting for money? Well, I can say that I'm not very good at it. And that's because I tend to like painting characters more than anything. And when it comes time to paint like a full army, it takes me forever to do it. I lose interest if I have to do the same thing over and over. But yeah, if it's something... If you can assembly line paint a whole army of figures, then yeah, I'd say go for it. Try to be as organized as you can, though. I know a lot of painters like myself are kind of flibberty-gibbets. We just sort of flail around, we do whatever, we work when we feel like it. If you're going to be painting for money, you need to be able to paint on a schedule. You need to be able to say, this is what I'm painting today, and sit down and do it. As far as advice that I can give, though, don't undervalue your own work. Don't. Do not undervalue your own work. You will be tempted to charge super duper low prices. You will be tempted to give people deals. Don't do it. You're worth more than that. Charge realistic prices and don't be afraid to ask for what you think you're worth. The worst thing someone can say to you is no. That's it. That's the worst thing that can happen. And it depends on the quality of the work that you're doing and how much you enjoy it. I would say know how long it takes you to paint up to a particular standard, and then pay yourself an hourly rate that you're happy with. Like, figure out how many hours it takes you to do the sort of model that you're willing to sell, and then say, okay, I want to make $15 an hour, and charge that. Don't undervalue yourself, though. People will pay more than you think. I like most of the standalone Marvel movies, but the co-op movies never did it for me. For example, combining Iron Man, whose superpower is his understanding of physics, and Doctor Strange, whose superpower is ignoring physics, never clicked for me. I mean, you know, but the team-up movies are the interludes for the most part. I'm gonna go to Vallejo Game Air Dark Flesh Tone to start working up the leather. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not gonna do that. I've got another color. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Saddle Brown. Well, Plog is an amazing artist. If he is giving away his art for cheap, he definitely needs to be charging more. That dude he has a lot of talent. Some of the best commission painting I ever did, that I enjoyed... See, that's the thing, too, is if you're getting paid enough that you feel good about what you're doing, you may even produce better work. At least that's... I discovered that to be true about myself. I remember the first time I got paid $50 for a single model, because prior to that I had been undercharging. And I had just painted General Veers from Star Wars Legion. He had just come out, and a friend was like, I want that. What you did there, how you painted that model, do that again, and then give it to me. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Well, I guess I could charge. And I started to hem and haw, and my buddy Greg, who you'll see in here sometimes, Greg the Salt Miner, goes, stop. Shut up. Come to the back room with me. And we go in the back room, and he's like, alright, I'm gonna negotiate your price for you, okay? And I'm like, super, it sounds good. And he comes out and he says, $50. And he'll give you that model. And I was like, I was gonna charge him like 30. What the fuck am I doing? $40? Really? He's worth so much more than that. That's crazy. Damn, I need to commission him before he realizes how much more money he's worth. That's nuts. Plog should be charging like 100 to 150 for some of the pieces I've been seeing him make. Oh, that's fine if he likes doing it. It's just, you know, they say if you're good at something, you should never do it for free. And $40 for the kind of work that he's putting out is damn near doing it for free. Like, if you enjoy doing something, you won't enjoy it less because someone also gives you more money at the end of it. You know? It's not like getting paid to a level that is commensurate with his talent and skill is going to reduce his enjoyment of the act. Oh, did he? Well, you know, even a broken clock is right twice a day, Roland. Yeah, I've seen, there are a number of people who've done designs based on Bishop Steiner's art. And I'm not, like, good friends with Bishop Steiner or anything. I don't even think he and I really get along all that well. But, the guy's a talented artist. And his stuff is relatively original. And, it's just polite to ask, you know? I've done stuff based on Bishop Steiner stuff, but I always pinged him first and was like, hey man, I'm gonna be doing some work based on your stuff, is that cool? And he's always been cool about it. But yeah, if you're ripping off an artist like that, like, can you? Yeah, sure, you can. But it's not nice. As far as I know, Bishop Steiner doesn't represent a corporate union or anything. Some more leather in here. Yeah, that's the same. That's how I feel about it, Samare. Like, the guy himself That's probably a good way to put it. He can be hard to get along with. I don't even think he would argue with that. He can be hard to get along with on a personal level, but that doesn't mean you just rip his shit off. That said, I don't know the particular circumstances, so I can't really comment on it. I should go ahead and put down Cap's flesh tone on his face for as little of his face as is going to get painted before I carry the highlights on the chin strap forward anymore. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. A lot of hullabaloo with everyone right now. One of my favorite YouTubers had to change his name because GW decided to be pricks, and they know Reiki. Yeah, Games Workshop is going a little nuts lately. I mean, you know, that's... I guess they've been going a little nuts for years, if we're being honest. I'm gonna go with something kind of warm on him. I'm gonna go with a nice ruddy flesh tone. I mean, the thing is, Games Workshop obviously isn't hurting for sales despite the rise of the 3D printing market. They just paid back their loan that the British government gave them. Like, the lockdown has been really, really good for them, I think. Thin this a little bit before I go mixing it in. Yeah, a bunch of people stuck inside are suddenly like, well, I guess I can paint little plastic spacemen. Sure, let's do that. And Games Workshop has made bank because they are the most visible miniatures wargaming company in the world. There's just no way around that. If you've heard of miniature wargames at all, you know who Games Workshop is. But 3D printing has blown up a lot since the lockdown happened too. So many people making their own stuff, and it's inspiring to see. I like that this is essentially the only flesh I'm going to have to paint on his whole stupid face, or his entire body, because everything else is his uniform. I'm not even going to try to paint Cap's eyes. They're so small, and so deep under his cowl. I guess I could try. Ugh. Maybe I will. I'm not going to do it right now, though, I'll tell you that much. Do or do not. Well, tell you what, I will do later. Later I will do. I don't know what Yoda has to say on that. Alright, I'm feeling pretty good about my bases. Oh, wait, I found some more leather. Forgot about the straps under the shield. Not that they're terribly important, but I'd like to put a little bit of color on them anyway. This pose is so... it's not goofy, because if you know what Captain America does with his shield, it makes like a whole lot of sense. But if you were to look at this pose and not know who Captain America was, and you were just like, what is he doing here? You would have no fucking idea. He's doing like a bodybuilder pose or something, right? How is my focus? If I'm right here, is my camera out of focus? It seems like it is. About right there. How was my focus? Does that look good to you guys? He's throwing a discus! I mean, yeah, I guess that is kind of the pose, isn't it? Let's see, take it up to 30. Can't seem to find my ideal range today for whatever reason, so that's not quite there. Going very incrementally right now. Come on. About right there? That seems decent. It was there. Well, damn it! let me try the pre... You know what? I'm just going to use numerical values. It's going to be a lot quicker. That's it? Because that's right about where I thought it was perfect. Okay. I'm going to leave it there. Depth of field is tricky. No, I was just staring slightly below the camera. It's like the most entertaining thing I do. All screen. Stream. Stream. Words. Words are difficult. Alright. Start highlighting my blue here. What do I want to go with? What have I got? I'm thinking tropical blue through to glacier blue. He was intently trying to see his audience naked. Yeah, I think if I stare at chat enough, I'll see some boobies, right? That's how it works. I mean, this is the internet, after all. I'll do a little bit of a mix in the middle here. It's a decent way to blend colors after all. A little bit more medium down here with just the tropical blue. And we'll start doing some highlighting. Appreciating means I shouldn't have to do that much, but I'd still like to do some, otherwise it ends up looking kind of chalky and dirty.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs. So I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
One day somebody's gonna play that voice clip, and as it plays, my printer is actually gonna break, and I'm just gonna start crying. I'm just gonna start crying. It's gonna be pathetic.
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
I think I can actually go lighter than this, even for my first round of highlights. What's up, Crossbow
Warning.
Roof? Good to see you.
Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
God, I've jammed myself with so many blades. It's been a while since I've cut myself, actually, sitting at the old hobby table. Oh, that was the wrong color. I didn't mean to do that. It's the color I was already using. I meant to go to Glacier Blue, not Tropical Blue. Foolish me. Yeah, I think that'll do. If you don't draw blood, it's not a project. Yeah, if your model doesn't have a little bit of flesh and blood in it, did you even really try? Yeah, that's more like what I was thinking. Used to be a little thinner. I kind of squeezed out a lot without meaning to. Sometimes what I'll do when I'm doing highlights like this is I'll just get the brush wet afterwards before it really has a chance to set and come into the edges and kind of blend it out just a little bit, just to make the transition not so stark. Just using water. Gear Falcon, that sounds insane. That's like, oh my god. Always good to make Captain's transitions less stark. Ba-dum-ts. Good god, Iberben. Good god. Yeah, the concept of Canopus is like, and if I had money, I'd never leave. I confess, anytime I hear somebody say, "Hey, you can fix your GPU," just pop some parts off it and put it in the oven. I'm not saying that you're wrong, because I don't know enough about the subject to say, no, that's wrong because of these reasons. It just gives me pause, you know? It's a subject that I would research some more before I went and did something like that. But again, I don't know. I'm basically technologically illiterate in most things. Why do you keep curling up? Wet palette. You have more than enough moisture. This one corner just doesn't want to cooperate for whatever reason. Dries out more quickly than the others.
You know, there's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
No, that's because we're painting Captain America. That explains the tightness this time. Speaking of America's ass... Irinamave? Irinamave? I'm not sure how you would pronounce that. Irinamave, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Taking time to highlight both cheeks. Each cheek independently. There was a new Thundercats, wasn't there? Was it any good? I never bothered watching it. I watched like all the new Voltron that they did. I did not check out the Thundercats. Remake, reboot, whatever it's called. Chitara was pretty hot in it. Well, I mean, that's all that really matters. What's up, 404th Exile? And you absolutely know it. I'm getting just as cheeky as I can with America's ass. It's all about them cheeks. If there's anybody who knows how to clap a good cheek, it's Cat. I don't even know what that means. I mean, like, I know what it means. I don't know what I mean by saying it. I'm just saying words, you know? Knew someone once with a printer that would start working again if you hit it hard enough. I wouldn't advise it, though. Oh, we're just talking about some percussive maintenance, yeah. They did it twice? There was one in 2011, another one recently? I'm not familiar with either one. I said, as far as that whole genre of rebooting goes, like, I watched Thundercats. Not Thunder. That's the exact opposite of what I did. I watched Voltron Legendary Defender. Like, that's the only one. The rest of them I'm pretty much out of the loop on. Not that Thundercats and Voltron have any real relationship outside of, you know, being cartoons in the same era. What with Voltron being a horrific mishmash of like 3 different Japanese cartoons. And Thundercats at the very least being an original property. Percussive maintenance or concussive repair? I mean, you know, one leads to the other. The 2011 one was a serious reboot. The other one was a Teen Titans Go-esque exercise and stuff. I was not a fan of Teen Titans Go. I really wasn't. I know a lot of people weren't, so it's not exactly a hot take. But it's an old show about cats, and they'd fight a skull dude. Dude, Mum-Ra was badass. Sort of. Okay, maybe he wasn't badass. He was kind of cool sometimes. He was mostly just like a creepy old dude, and then he would shed his fucking rags and become like some super buff bodybuilder guy. In retrospect, as I say it out loud, Mum-Ra was pretty weird. Maybe he just seemed cool when I wasn't describing him. Yeah, Skeletor was the skull. But Mum-Ra was a little scully. He had a bunch of skulls all around his fortress. Also, they're easy to confuse because both of them were, like, strangely bodybuilder buff in their final form. Though I guess Skeletor was always bodybuilder buff, wasn't he? Don't forget to add the Schumacher nipples. Didn't Joel Schumacher, like, just die? Kind of sad. It almost makes me not want to make fun of his obsession with nipples. Almost. I say almost because it's still worthy of making fun of. "2020 is indeed the worst." Now, I don't mean to sound like I am disrespectful of the life of Joel Schumacher. That is not what I'm trying to say when I say this. I'm just going to say that of all the celebrity deaths that could characterize a year, Joel Schumacher's is not at the same level as, like, David Bowie. Hearing that Joe Schumacher died didn't hit me like hearing that, like, Max von Sydow died, or like hearing about Rene Auberjonois, you know? It's sad, it's sad. It's never good. I'm just saying he's best known for some of the worst goddamn Batman movies that have ever happened, that's all. He's best known for his weird desire to put rubber nipples on George Clooney and Val Kilmer. And that is a strange desire. Those costumes were very odd. Teenage me misses him. Yeah, leather pants on Alicia Silver. Okay, Alicia Silverstone's costume was sure something. What happened to Alicia Silverstone? She was the shit for, like, a very short period of time. And now I'm thinking about it, I haven't seen her do anything in a long... She didn't, like, die when I wasn't looking, did she? Everybody keeps telling me to watch Letterkenny, but I haven't. I have not watched it. Well, that's not true. I've watched part of the first season, and then I gave it one of those, yeah, I'll come back and watch the rest, and I just kind of haven't yet. You know? She's in the Babysitters Club now, I think. So she's still acting? That's good. There was never anything wrong with Alicia Silverstone. She was a perfectly fine actress. I think. To be fair, at the time when she was popular, I was pretty young, so my judgment might not be the clearest or the most rational. One of the actresses from The Expanse shows up as Wayne's ex, and it's hilarious. It's one of those shows where I'm like, I do need to, like, I recognize I kind of need to sit down and watch it if I want to pretend to have anything like a finger on the pulse of pop culture, which is something I do like to pretend from time to time. And I have no doubt that it is very funny. You know, lately I think it's 2020 mostly. It's got me in a very, like, comfort food sort of mood when it comes to entertainment. Oh, is it Kara G who's in it? Oh, that's cool. I'm in a very comfort food sort of mood when it comes to entertainment, though. Like, in 2020, I have very little room for anything new. I'm just falling back to all my old favorite standbys, you know? I'm like, maybe I'll rewatch Peep Show for, like, the 30th time. Maybe I'll rewatch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia for, like, the 40th time. Maybe it's time for some more Trailer Park Boys, but only, like, the first 5 seasons. I wonder what's going to happen with The Expanse, since it looks like they're going to be losing Alex Kamal. Not Alex Kamal, obviously they're going to be keeping Alex Kamal, but they're going to be losing, Wow, I should really remember the actor's name now. I'm bad with names. Like, I know the name, it's right on the tip of my tongue. I'll think of it any second now. Cass Anvar. It's hardly the first time they've done a recast. Though, to be fair, their last recast was awkward and weird. Rewatched Mortal Kombat and both of the RoboCop sequel. You mean the single, the one RoboCop sequel, right? You mean RoboCop 2, because there wasn't a RoboCop 3. I actually enjoy RoboCop 2. And I like RoboCop 3 better than the new one that they did. But RoboCop 3 was not great. You know what you should watch if you've been digging into old RoboCop? Watch the Prime Directives, the like little mini movies, the mini series that they did in the 90s. It's not as bad as you might think. Like, it's not good, but it's fairly watchable. It's no worse than RoboCop 3. Oh, I think I'll add 15 minutes to it, White Wolf. We'll say the cutoff for the Storm Report tonight is going to be at 8:45. That sounds good to y'all. Should give you about like an hour 15 minutes? Yeah. I'd like to see some more Judge Dredd movies. Hell yeah, with Carl Urban, babe. I mean, everybody would. Everybody would, except the people who apparently pay to make those things made. You know? Yeah. And by the way, in case anybody doesn't know, oh hey Silver Hydra, you've been in here this whole time. For some reason I haven't said hi to you yet. That's crazy. It is. So that's something though, Silver Hydra. That's my favorite shot in RoboCop 2, and it's dark as shit. I admit, the one RoboCop when they're like, "We present RoboCop 2," and the guy comes stomping out of the thing, and there's two of them that make me laugh every time, and I realize how dark it is. There's the one who has the, like, helmet on, and he's got a skull under it, and you only know that because he reaches up, and he goes and he tries to take his helmet off, and he's just a screaming, bloody skull underneath, and he just dies. It's terrible. And then there's the one that comes out, and he draws his gun, and he shoots the two scientists standing next to him, and then shoots himself. I shouldn't even be laughing. It's terrible. It's horrible. But for some reason, it just plays so well. I do enjoy RoboCop 2. It's not as good as RoboCop 1. I don't even think... Paul Verhoeven didn't direct RoboCop 2, did he? It was like some acolytes. I love RoboCop. The 1987 RoboCop directed by Paul Verhoeven. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. I keep meaning to get some clips from RoboCop to play on the channel. There are a couple really good ones from Red Foreman. Like him going, "Ooh, guns, guns, guns." I love that. I love it. Can you fly, Bobby? I watched Mortal Kombat, the first one, recently, and it's an enjoyable movie. It really is. Considering how many terrible video game movies would come after it, like, it's kind of a gem. It also changed the club dance scene for all time with that song. Ever get the nice fucking model clip? No, I didn't. I haven't added any new clips in a while. I've even been using them less. Here at some point I do need to get on top of that, though. Unfortunately, Gear Falcon, yes, I do. Pez Motion, you have a good night, man. Have a night, have a night. That's a phrase. That's something human beings say. Nah, man, have a good night. Have a great dinner. Thanks for being here, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. The Mario, it's one of the most confusing video game-based movies ever made, because the Mario Brothers movie has nothing to do... Like, okay, in all fairness, it's not like Mario Brothers has this amazingly deep or even coherent storyline for you to follow. It doesn't. But that should be a message to people to not make movies about it, not a message to just invent insane fucking storylines about parallel universes and... What even happened in that movie? I'm trying to even... Dennis Hopper turned a guy into a mushroom, and then he was using a de-evolution chair? Oh, excuse me. To turn people, or to turn what appeared to be humans back into dinosaurs, but then he wanted to turn humans into monkeys, and he wanted to invade our dimension. Like, I can't even It was so long ago. It's been so long since I've seen it. I remember one of the strangest things from it was it being revealed that Mario's last name was... Well, that his first name was Mario, and that his last name was also Mario, so he was Mario. And then his adopted brother, Luigi, was then Luigi Mario. Sounds like a fever dream more than a movie plot. Yeah, that's exactly my point. Kim Jong Slim Dong. Thank you for that astute observation. Like, as I remember it, I find myself doubting my memory because my memories are insane. Isn't there a shot in there when somebody... when some... He has to go steal the necklace from some big chick in a dance club, and he, like, shoves his face right into her tits to get it. And I'm thinking, like, isn't this supposed to be a kid's movie? Good old John Leguizamo. Chaotic Harmony, good to see you, man. How you doing? TMNT Trilogy. Those movies are actually quite enjoyable. The first and the second one, at least. The third one's... take it or leave it. Mostly leave it. But the live-action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies, I like the first and the second one. I really do. Luigi Mario. Ugh. How is it going today, Thunderhead? It's going pretty well. Chaotic, how are you? You do a stream today? I didn't see if you did or not. Things are going good now. We had some problems earlier, some technical difficulties. I have had 3 blue screens of death today. 3! But we've recovered. That's what's important. Getting close to finishing my blue highlights on Captain America. I think one more round of real high highlights is going to do it. After I get his helmet done. Here's a good example of a time when I'm just going to take a brush with nothing but water on it. And use that to kind of blend and feather the edges out a bit. What are you up to today, Chaotic? I saw you posted a picture of a dragon. A D&D dragon you're going to be painting? That's pretty exciting. Had a new player join our Battletech game today, and she was actually pretty good at it. She wants to join us next week. See, there's something wrong with this, though. You met some girl who plays Battletech? That doesn't happen. That's crazy. I think you're just lying. No, that's actually really cool, man. Glad to hear Battletech group is growing, and that you're getting some good use out of that terrain. I'm not actually a misogynistic tabletop gatekeeper. I just play one on television. How my wife plays Battletech and beats me with unfortunate regularity. But it's okay. He's into it. In only the best possible ways. She is
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cole Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held two brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for two brushes, one paint pot.
For my money, though, I really feel like 50 Shades Chapter 4 is the best of them. If only for the desire was there, he knew that.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cole Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
The desire was there. He knew that. Like I'm torturing some poor pot of paint with frustration. So I am incredibly lucky in that my wife is not only into mecha, like she is as into Pacific Rim as I am. Like we went to see Pacific Rim in theater, and okay, I'm gonna completely just. I try to be candid with you guys. I try to be honest. I try to be earnest, and I try to be genuine. So I'm just gonna tell you, my wife and I saw Pacific Rim in theaters 9 times.
Elbow rocket! Now!
We just loved that movie. It was so much fun, and it was so much fun to watch on the big screen. And I think that was part of it, is we're like, it's going to leave, and we're not going to get to see it on the big screen again. We should go check it out again.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't. For the love of God. Just don't do it. That's probably the answer. She still enjoys watching it. It's one of those, like, we've got movies we put on during the day when we're doing other stuff just as background noise. And there's a couple of them that we will find ourselves putting on, but on some level we always know we're going to wind up stopping whatever it is we're doing to watch the movie. Pacific Rim is one of them. Dread is another one. Like, you don't put that on during the day unless you're ready to stop everything you're doing and sit down and actually watch the movie the whole way through, because that's what we do every single damn time. Starship Troopers, yep, that's on the list. Big Trouble in Little China. That's on the list. RoboCop, Total Recall, basically anything by Paul Verhoeven. Or John Carpenter. Any John Carpenter movie I'm pretty much into. So I thought I should let everybody know, because I know we have a couple of new faces in the chat. We are going to, here in about 1 hour, be going to our end of stream bit known as The Storm Report, which is an audience share segment. Basically, what you can do if you feel like participating is join the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel titled The Storm Report of all things, and post up to 3 pictures, and we will go ahead and take a look at them a little bit later and usually give a little bit of commentary. I love seeing what you guys are working on. I love you guys being able to see what everybody's working on. It's kind of our way to keep track of where everybody's projects are over the course of the week. And, you know, I firmly believe that in order to be creative, at least this is true for me, you have to consume creativity. It's like if you want to be a writer, you have to be a reader. And if you want to be a painter, you've got to be looking at what other people are doing. And it's a nice sort of friendly, non-competitive environment for people to share their work and share their art. And we've got some people that share photographs. We've got some people that share like cross-stitch that they do. It's a lot of fun. And if you're new to the stream and you've got anything you'd like to share, even a little bit, it would thrill me if you felt like participating. It's real easy to do. You don't even have to stick around the Discord afterwards if you don't want. You can join up, post your pictures, and then be like, fuck this place, I'm out. Let's ditch this popsicle stand. It's your way of encouraging piracy. Yeah, that's accurate, I'd say. I haven't. I have not, Samare. I'm sorry. Not because I don't want to. I just have so much on my plate right now, man. I would encourage you to continue reminding me, though. Woof! Where are you, Kim Jong? And Kim Jong, this is something we actually talk about a little bit here on the stream. You should not... Like, I appreciate that your comment is in jest. I'm not going to share this monstrosity I'm working on. I appreciate that you're just kidding, so I'm not trying to be, like, actually call you out or anything. But we try to be nice to ourselves here, particularly where art is concerned. I doubt that what you're working on is anything like a monstrosity. And if you feel that way about it, it could honestly be good for you to share it some and get some positive feedback on it, man. You don't have to share with us. You really don't. But if you felt like it, I'd really love to see what you're working on. Even if you're not going to be here. You know? You don't have to, though. It's like I tell people, the world will shit on you enough you don't have to shit on yourself. You can afford to be kind to yourself, and you can afford to think well of your own work. Because we're not trying to beat anybody here, you know? We're not trying to make anybody look bad. We're not trying to outdo anyone except ourselves. That's it. It's the only person we gotta beat, and we don't even really have to beat them. It's like I tend to remind people, we'll have folk, because it's just such a common thing to say, and again, it's usually in jest. People say things like, "Oh man, no, I suck compared to you. Oh, you're such a good painter. I suck compared to..." I try to encourage people not to say that, because, you know, I say the same thing about my own stuff. And it's, it has a weird, insidious way of, even though you're kidding, it creeps into your brain. You know? It's like self-deprecating humor. It's a defense mechanism, and it's all well and good if you have it under control, but if you're not paying attention to it, and if you do it too much, it can start to become real. And I like to discourage that as much as I can. Western Europe. Well, greetings from across the pond. I mean, particularly if it's your first mini, Kim Jong, I would so then. Okay, I realize I've said it a few times now, but honestly, I'm not like nobody's gonna be disappointed if you don't want to share. That's not gonna be the case. But I would say particularly if it's your first mini, I would very much love to see where you're at. For a slightly selfish reason, Cybran Knight, 5 months. Bing, bang, boom. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad you get a chance to stop in today, Cybran Knight. You're often working when we're streaming. But I want to say, Kim Jong, for entirely selfish reasons, I'd love to see your first work, because I would love it if, you know, if you find this stream entertaining, if you find this stream helpful, if you find this stream supportive. I'd love to see you posting some of your work in a few months. And it would be really, really, really cool to have seen your first paint job. We've got some people in here who have been... Excuse me, thank you so much for the reminder, Machine God. Hydrating with the only stuff that matters. Steiner Miniatures. Twitch Prime sub 4 months. Can we get a shout out for Steiner Miniatures? I think we've already had one, but people should get one more. He is an excellent painter, a good dude, and he's often streaming late into the night when I'm snoozing. What was I saying? But yes, Kim Jong, it would be awesome to be able to see some of your stuff and to compare it back to your first work. We have a number of people here who hadn't painted before. Like, we have some of those too, but people who hadn't painted for a while. And then the stream started and they sort of got back into it. And it's been a pleasure to watch their work improve over the months. Chaotic Harmony kind of had been painting a little bit before, but started painting more seriously in the last few months. And we've gotten the pleasure of watching his work improve. And I've really enjoyed that. Not to mention, it's a great way to get feedback from the community. And the community we have here is better than I deserve. It really is. You guys are pretty fantastic. We've got some really good painters. Very talented painters, very skillful painters, very enthusiastic painters. We've got talented 3D designers. We've got talented traditional artists. We've got a talented woodworker hidden amongst us. It's a great, great community. Hell, this community keeps me going at times when I would normally have hung up my brush and called it a week or a month. Talented critiquers. Yeah, we're good at shit talking too. But like, that miniature looks bad. You should feel bad for having painted it. That's usually the quality of my critique. No. Goobertown Hobby, dude, that guy is crazy good. Goobertown Hobbies has the kind of videos where I watch them and I'm just like, what am I doing with my life? Like, holy shit. This man is on a completely different level from me, and it's so impressive. There's nothing I can do, Chaotic. You made this bed, now you have to sleep in it. You are the bearded concubine, and you will do as she demands. Oh, I have a good face, though. There's nothing I can do about this. It's true, she could have been talking about somebody else. I'm going to choose to believe she was talking about somebody else. I think for my final blue highlights, I'm going to mix in some of this paint I just got, which is Reaper Snow Shadow. So the blue that I've been using, and see what that looks like. It's real desaturated, which I kind of like for fabric, which most of this is. Let's see what it does. Kim Jong Slim Dong. Chasing that storm. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Hey, Manro Fasal, good to see you. Yeah, half the time chat's talking about, like, they're having their own conversation that has nothing to do with me, and I'm just kind of in the background like, hey, guys, I paint models. Woohoo! Almost not enough. Almost not enough. I might just go right with a thin down Snow Shadow and not bother mixing in a whole lot of blue. Because I can give it a wash afterwards and achieve any level of blending I want to. A little bit of blue. Yeah, that's more like what I was thinking. I like the Snow Shadow color. I use a lot of blue whites, blue grays, and I needed a couple of intermediary colors, and this one has been working out pretty well on the last few things I've used it on. Oh my god, what are we talking about? Oh, are we giving Chaotic Harmony advice? I don't know if it's a bullshit excuse, Cat. I also get hormonal. Actually, that's not true. That's usually just because I'm hungry. Though that is a legitimate excuse around my house. If I'm being extra cranky, The wife asked me, "Have you eaten today?" And I'll be like, "Well, no, not since last night." And she's like, "Yeah, I'll make you some breakfast." I'm sorry to hear that, Dark Fox. Dark Fox, take it easy, man. You do some relaxation. Also, Kat, I saw what you said about Steam and Titanfall 2, and that makes me sad, but it also makes me feel less bad for not buying it on Steam, because I already own it on EA Origin. And I'd rather not pay for it twice, even if I'm not paying a whole lot of money. If I could play it just straight on Steam without having to go through Origin, that'd be one thing, but Origin apparently forces its way into every damn thing. I will say, guys, though, if you are on the fence at all about picking up Titanfall 2 on Steam for $10, don't be on the fence. Go get it. It's an amazing game. The Titans in Titanfall move a lot like what, in my head, the mechs in BattleTech always move like. Now, that changed when the Mech Warrior games... Well, not when they came out, because that was a long time ago, but as Mech Warrior continued. And also when they came out, because... Well, the technology wasn't really there to make mechs move smoothly like they're theoretically supposed to do, like the fiction says they do, like the whole Nero helmet gyro conceit would dictate. Mech Warrior had to be kind of an arcade shooter, and they stripped out a lot of the abilities that mechs have. For instance, no rear-facing weapons, because I don't know how the hell you would fire them unless you were literally linked into the brain of the machine. Aiming them with a joystick and mouse is prohibitive, certainly. Mention the art book for Titanfall 2, and now the stream is advertising the game. To be fair, Samare, you barely have to mention Titanfall 2 at all, and I'll be like, guys, have you bought Titanfall 2 yet? Yeah, I love that game, I really do. Like, I'm going to wind up going back and playing it again because we've been talking about it. I've played through the single-player campaign frankly an unreasonable number of times at this point, and so far I have not tired of the game. That's unusual for me. I usually have maybe one single-player campaign playthrough in me. But BT7274 is an awesome character who I like hanging out with. He is the ultimate Robro. And he has an amazing sense of humor for not having any sense of humor. Yeah, I mean, in theory, a mech should be controlled through the use of the Nero helmet. And it's never really specific as to how you tell your mech to do punching and stuff and such. And it kind of varies from author to author. Most of the authors suppose that the Nero helmet primarily influences your interface with the gyro. But, I mean, you know, that's sort of a conceit of mechs in general. There's always, like in Gundam, they have these complex physical confrontations using swords and shields and all kinds of crazy shit, and you're like, but you got 2 pedals and a couple of joysticks, how the fuck are you doing that? See, forgot it wrong, I just go ahead and tell myself that the Nero helmet makes up for all the rest of the shit that doesn't make any sense. Like punching. Like fine motor movement with fingers and stuff like that. By the way, hey WJ, good to see you. Okay, so here's one for you. There's also how they explained it in Votoms. Votoms had a really good explanation for how mech pilots are able to do fine motor skills. At least this is what I took away from the pilot's explanation moving into the second arc. He had been fighting against a pilot. I need to dig back into the series, but he had been fighting against a pilot who was essentially a superhuman. They were bred to be superior combatants. And as he explained, most combat in an armored trooper suit was a series of pre-programmed motions. Like there was a catalog of common combat maneuvers that you could quickly, through the use of the controls, like you could do simple motor function, and then you could select a combat maneuver, and it would go through the motions of doing that combat maneuver. Like there was the, they had that little roto punch that they would do, where the anchors of one foot on the mech would drive into the ground, and the other foot would rev up its wheels, and the mech would swing around real quick and use the momentum to throw a punch with the outside arm. But all these combat maneuvers, all these punches and kicks and fighting, this was all, you know, a catalog of pre-programmed combat maneuvers. And the other pilot knew them so well. The other pilot was so incredibly astute, so well-versed. They knew every single one of them. And so anytime you would go to throw a punch at them, they knew the combat maneuver already. They could just counteract it immediately. So in order to defeat this pilot, he had to go in, wipe his combat computer, and develop an entirely new set of combat algorithms using slightly different patterns. And yeah, I feel like that probably is a good explanation for it too. You have a certain number of punches, for instance, programmed into your mech. And maybe you have like a high left and a low left and like a hook and maybe like a jab, and you just threw... Because I can select any one of those with enough buttons on a joystick and a few extra, like hit, you know, punch mode and then click these two buttons and it throws a straight. Or click the buttons in the opposite direction and it throws a hook. Because you don't really need that precise of motion. And then combine that with the input from a Nero helmet being able to make up small adjustments, I think you could do quite a lot. But I don't know, I'm just riffing. I remember that from Votoms because it was one of my favorite explanations for how you do melee combat in a battlesuit with limited controls. Bad news about another old show. Uh-oh, I'm gonna have to take a look. The solution is don't think about it too hard. Well, yeah, the real answer is that we all need to recognize before we have any of these questions, before we answer any of these questions, Shock 21, accept in your heart, accept in your mind. It's happening because it's fucking cool. That's the only reason that it's happening. The particulars are not really that important, but they can be fun to think about. The trick is to never get so lost in the explanations that you let it ruin your enjoyment of the property. Because ultimately, none of it makes any goddamn sense. What am I missing, WJ? Putting a Street Fighter control pad and or a Tekken one? I mean, yeah, that could work. Silly G Gundam and even Pacific Rim. Even if the dual pilot thing was utterly asinine. Unless they were going to operate legs and arms separately, like it was with tank and body and turret. Well, they had a different explanation for the dual pilot control in Pacific Rim. I'm not seeing it, WJ. Oh, here we go. Redo Gem and the Hologram. Oh, really? Are they? Oh, that's weird. Didn't they just redo Gem and the Holograms? And honestly, yeah, comparing it to like fighting games like Street Fighter or Tekken is a great way to do it, because you see how the high-level players are able to do really complex and precise combinations using a very simple set of moves, and those are intentionally limited. If you weren't limiting yourself based on game balance, you could make a machine that could fight pretty damn well. And I mean, yeah, like, the reason that I like mechs that punch is because big robots punching each other is fucking cool. Like, that's the whole reason. And I think Pacific Rim had one of the best approaches to the concept of requiring multiple pilots there was, and that just more... I mean, first of all, Pacific Rim required 2 pilots because the fundamental assumption, the core conceit, is that nothing in Pacific Rim works if it's not through teamwork. Made an Excel document with slight variations of battle-tech weapons based on the make model. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Delving way too much into the minutiae is a good idea for player characters. I mean, I like the idea of tiny robots, as long as it's implemented well. That sort of thing can often, exactly as you say, become too minute and become more of a hindrance, but I'm not opposed to the idea. Hey, Baron Fell, how you doing? Well, you know, they're just trying to make money, WJ, and unfortunately what makes money is often selling us our own childhoods. It's sad, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm completely on board with this notion that I keep seeing circulated of pretending that the latest Star Wars trilogy didn't happen, erasing it from canon and starting over. I would be so in favor of that. I think that a lot of things fail now because there's too much money in them, which I realize sounds backwards. But the reason that so many things succeed is because they are willing to take risks and do something new, something genuine, something avant-garde, something where a writer or a director has a real vision for something that he wants to do. And these days, there's so much money in so many of these Hollywood projects. And I realize this sounds super edgy to say, but it is what I believe. There's so much money in these projects that they're not allowed to fail. I think this is ultimately what happened to the Star Wars trilogy, the sequel trilogy. There's so much money, so many producers, so many people tied up in it, that it goes from, okay, we'll hand this project over to the artistic guys now, here's the money, to, hold on, give me, put together a committee formed of committees that will do a precise market analysis telling me who this movie is targeted at. Who is it targeted at? How is it going to reach these demographics? Give me figures. Give me social media stats. Give me a mathematical fucking guarantee that I'm not going to lose money. And when you want that, what you get is just garbage. What you get is what happened with the new Star Wars trilogy, where it's trying to be everything to everyone simultaneously, where it's buying into, and this is a funny one for me, because Roland and I think, agree on this, even though Roland and I think, disagree on a lot of things socially. The Star Wars movies co-opted social movements, the new ones, in a way that is just cheap and inauthentic and not genuine in any way. Like, it tried to take on toxic masculinity in the Last Jedi, and it did it in such a ham-fisted way, in such a corporate nonsense way, in such a we don't really understand the problem sort of way, that it just came off shitty. Just shitty. See, that's what I mean. Roland and I absolutely disagree on that, but Roland, I think you would probably agree that the way they handled it was fucking garbage, whether it's a real problem or not. It doesn't matter who it is that you're pandering to. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter what side of the coin, it doesn't matter what side of the political aisle, it doesn't matter what group you're pandering to. If you're pandering, you're doing it fucking wrong. Have something to say and say it. And the new Star Wars movies, they had nothing to say. They had nothing to say. There was no message. The message of the original ones was so simple, so straightforward. It was ultimately like fascism equals bad. Like, that was the whole thing, and it was extrapolated out into an adventure story. Hey guys, these space Nazis are dicks. There you go. There's the story. Run with it. Or even just, yeah, some effort is good. Just telling a simple story well is appreciated too. Like I said, I think the problem really is money. Once you get too much money involved in a project, it's not allowed to fail. And when it's not allowed to fail, it's not allowed to do anything interesting. Or, in an ironic turn, it desperately wants to be interesting so bad that it just does something ham-fisted and weird, like the whole, well, we're gonna subvert your expectations. Well, why? Well, because we're gonna, because you're not expecting it. Like, that's not really a good reason to do that. Now, I realize that I got off on this tangent, but I don't want this to take us down the rabbit hole of political and social disagreements, because we have a lot of people in this chat who disagree on a lot of these subjects. I really just, I think that the point that I'm really trying to make and where I'm going to leave it is just that many movies these days, many of the big Hollywood films, suck because there are too many fucking cooks in the kitchen. Because it's not a singular vision. And a singular vision is not always going to be good. That's not a sole justification for anything. But it's going to be someone's vision. It's not going to be made by committee, which so many of these movies now are. There's also a distinct lack of competency, because I would also argue that many of the Marvel movies were made by committee and not allowed to fail, but they at least stuck so close to really, really basic concepts and action comedy tropes that it was like, they're impossible not to like. They're impossible not to enjoy on some level, even if they don't blow your fucking mind. I may just play Titanfall 2. We might just have to do that. Titanfall 2 genuinely has a better story with better character development than a lot of big movies that have been coming out lately. You know what's a movie that I didn't hate? That I'm kind of surprised I didn't hate because I expected it to be really, really dumb? Was, what's it called? Bloodshot. With Vin Diesel. Now, I'm not saying it was a great movie. But it was a self-aware movie that knew how to play up tropes in clever ways. And it was fun. Yeah, it was basically up. Now, okay, Upgrade was a better movie than Bloodshot. Upgrade was a way better movie than Bloodshot, but Bloodshot was fun. I haven't thought about Upgrade in a while, like since I saw it. God, guys, did you see that movie? Did you see Upgrade? That movie was fucking great. I really, really enjoyed Upgrade. And the camera work and the fighting style they did for his, like, super precise robot fighting was, like, really enjoyable. It was, like, okay, obviously I don't know what a robot would fight like. I don't know what an AI would choose to fight like if it was doing martial arts, but that seems like that'd probably be something like it. Hyper-precise, really well-timed motions. With as little wasted energy as possible. Oh yeah, Universal Soldier, that was always a good time. Yeah, they did the circle on his chest kind of with the glow, and then they had him get covered in ashes at one point, but they didn't make him actually have a skin tone like that. I didn't know that, Samare, but that is interesting. I know they had to do some kind of a camera trick to get the shots they did, because they were, like, Steadicam on crack. You know, it's another movie that I really, really liked that had similar vibes to it, though obviously it had its own whole gimmick going on, was Hardcore Henry. Did you guys see that one? Yeah, John Wick. That's a great example, Roland. It is a straightforward story, well told, movie knows what it is, doesn't try to be anything more than that. John Wick was about the least pretentious film I've seen in years. It was like, this is a movie like by stuntmen, for stuntmen, with some good fight scenes in it. Hardcore Henry was similar. Like, Hardcore Henry doesn't try to be anything more than what it is. And it knows what it is. And that's important. It's important to have an identity. Which is ironic, because the movie's about identity. That and it recognized its roots. There's a shot near the end of Hardcore Henry where he finds, like, a medical kit. He's fighting a bunch of, like, I don't know, robot clones or something fucking stupid like that. And he pulls out a couple of things of syringes of adrenaline and jacks himself up with them. And you see his hands come up in front of the screen and he's just like, and he finds some barbed wire and he wraps it around his knuckles like, And I'm like, yes, it's the Doom Stim Pack. Oh, that was exciting. Shoot 'em Up was fun too. I enjoyed Shoot 'em Up. God, I'm gonna have to go watch Upgrade again. I really like that movie. Also, Sharlto Copley in that movie fucking kills it. Getting to play all the ridiculous different versions of himself was so much fun. I like Sharlto Copley though. He did a movie called Buried Alive a little while back that wasn't great, but it was a fun concept. And I like a good tabula rasa story. I agree. Even bad movies that he's in, he's genuinely pretty watchable in them. WJ, tabula rasa just means blank slate. It's essentially any story where the main character wakes up and doesn't know who they are, and we discover everything along with them. The amnesia conceit. Johnny Mnemonic was fun. Man, I haven't watched Johnny Mnemonic in years. Woof. Alright, I'm feeling pretty good about this blue. I don't know that I'm going to carry it any further than this. I think it's time to work on the red. What do you think? I've spent quite a while highlighting it and bullshitting, but I think that the end result on the blue is pretty solid. Hello. Penis Land Warrior. The one. The only. The only one we want, frankly. Thank you so much for the sub, man. 5 months. Can't believe I've been doing this that long. Yeah, they're doing Bill and Ted Face the Music. I admit I kind of want to see that. Like, who doesn't love Keanu at this point? We do. Look, America's ass is right there. I'm going to start working on highlighting this red. And for this, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my base red and I'm going to start mixing in a warm white. Well, no, probably for the final highlight, I'll mix in a warm white. Try going to maybe bloody red for my red highlights. It's a nice deep red. I almost don't want to... I don't know. Let me try this out and we'll see how we like it. Ever seen The Bad Batch? I don't believe that I have. Well, that's not a sentence I expect to see out of you often, or ever, Roland. That's not a sentence I ever expect to see. I almost got into porn after I got out of the military. You can't just say that. There has to be some more explanation to that. If it weren't for my horse, I wouldn't have spent that year in college. Yeah, this is the red I want to use. The more it goes on, the better I like it. I need to thin it a bit more, though. 20 minutes. Oh, that's true. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to participate in tonight's Storm Report, and I strongly encourage you to, if you're on the fence, if you're thinking about it, just go ahead and find some pictures and share them with us. Thank you so much. If you're wondering what the hell the Storm Report is, it's a segment we're going to be doing in about 20 minutes, the end of every stream, where we go ahead and we take a look on the Discord at the pictures that you have posted, and we give them a little once-over, sometimes a little bit of a critique. Maybe we just blow some smoke up your ass. One way or the other, we love seeing what people are working on. Kind of keeps the whole community on the same page and up to date on each other's projects. And I would love it if you felt like participating. I really, really would. Anything you're working on, be it model-related, be it regular photography. We got people who do cross-stitch, who share that with us. We got all kinds of really cool stuff. If you feel like participating, it's real easy to do. All you gotta do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel marked Storm Report, and share up to 3 pictures, and we'll take a look towards the end of the stream. It helps me. It helps me stay creative. Get a look at what other people are doing, what other people are trying, what techniques they're working on, stuff like that.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios,
This is
where
important.
the only rule is
Please don't show me your genitals.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. This is the one thing we explicitly disallow in the Storm Report. Please do not take pictures of your cash and prizes and share them with us. I understand you may feel you have a beautiful groin. You may feel that. You may even be right. This is not the place to share it. There are places to share it. This is not it. Do I like Benchmade knives? I don't own any that I know of, Gear Falcon. God, I hope that's not what EVA stands for, Samara. Jesus, what's wrong with your brain? If it's literally cash and prizes, I mean, I suppose. As long as that's not a euphemism in any way, shape, or form. Never fear! I am here, Greg the Saltminer. Thank you so much for that subscription going on 5 months now. I was just talking about you. By just, I mean it was probably a good hour ago. I lose track of time in here. I really do. If you guys remember what it was I was saying about Greg, this is the guy I was talking about. I have forgotten what it was I was saying. It was probably something flattering. Greg is out of his mind recently. He's decided that he's going to paint using nothing but oil paints. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just... Come on, man. What are you doing? But he's had some really good results with oil paints. I can't deny that. I just feel like swearing off acrylics it's a lot to do. Alright. So, compare one boot to the other. I gotta say this red that I'm putting down on his boot over here is really nice. I'm really very pleased with it. Got a 10-poundish box for him I need help on. Dude, I'll fucking pitch. If you're giving me paints, I will pay the fucking shipping, dude. Holy crap. Mad person. Are you a banana? Because I find you... appealing. That's terrible. What's up? K. Pishy? Is that it? K. Pishy? Would that be right? Oh, thank you, Samir. It's okay, we have nothing but bad jokes here. If it weren't for bad jokes, we'd have no jokes at all. And I started... See, the thing about doing this pre-shade and glaze filter method for laying down your base colors is that it gives you a really, really desaturated base tone to work with. And you kind of have to learn to work with that. You can't just leave it... I mean, you can, if that's what you want to do, is a really desaturated palette. You can do that, but... You can use it to your advantage because a desaturated palette will take contrast really, really well. And by that I mean if you then come in with some more saturated colors on top of it, you can achieve a pretty good contrast for minimal effort. Like, I don't know if it's coming across on the camera as much as it is in real life, but these boots right now, there is a surprising amount of contrast on them for being an all red. When I first started doing the technique, I just kind of rolled with the super desaturated look. And it's cool. There's nothing wrong with it per se, but it wasn't quite what I wanted it to be. I've had to learn to push my colors a bit more since then. I was using it as a time-saving technique, and it can be one, but it's less of a time-saving technique and more of just a painting technique now. I can still spend a good amount of time building my highlights up on top of it, and I think it's worthwhile. Thought a lot about doing a desaturated scheme with sepia wash or glaze to make it look old-timey. I would love to see someone do something like... Let's take some steampunky models, like from Malifaux, and paint them up with like a sepia look. That could be pretty cool. Ooh, I'm gonna get those stripes on his abdomen real quick. Probably want to put a liner between them, because they're not really all that well defined. But just a little bit to brighten it up. We'll probably do one touch more here as a final highlight. After we're done with this red. But that's already an improvement. At least in my opinion it is. The white's going to help too, because right now it's very dark gray and not really white. Hey, Painted Ogre, good to see you. It's an interesting idea, WJ. I don't have many good avenues or people to really to pitch it at. Any amazing industry contacts or anything like that. I could throw it over to Rick Graham with Revelations. I think it certainly has potential. I think it's an idea that you should continue to develop. And I mean, even if you felt like getting into... I mean, we just need more people willing to experiment, because it's hard to say what's going to work and what's not. As far as being into 3D printing and also selling miniatures, it's tricky. And that's one of the reasons that I'm as on board with Rick Graham and Revelations as I am, is that one way or another, like, what he's doing is a risk. It just is, you know? No two ways about that. And people are going to have to take risks to figure out where the balance is for creating tabletop games and selling 3D printable files. Not everybody's going to succeed. Some people are going to eat a shit sandwich because, unfortunately, people are, you know, terrible and will steal things from you. It's just going to happen to a certain degree. But somewhere in there is a Goldilocks zone of model and file sales. And it's unfortunate that DRM basically is not a thing for STLs, because that would be, if you had a way that you could genuinely limit the number of times somebody could use a file, that would be one thing. But that is also fraught with problems. Because 3D printing, like, yeah, you can print this file 3 times and then it goes, then you can't use it anymore. Okay, that's great, but what happens if all 3 prints are like print failures? Like, what do you do about that? Contact the company and beg to use it again? How do you prove that your prints were failures? How do you stop someone from abusing a system like that? I don't know. I don't know. But somebody's got to figure out something. I'll tell you that much. All I am is a rabble-rouser. I'm not an innovator. I did see that Vergata wrong. Yeah. Thought that was interesting. They say that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I'm glad to see that since... And obviously we're not the only people selling STLs, but I am glad to see that since Steel Warrior has really stepped up their STL sales, and we've had some success with it, that other companies are looking more closely at it. considering it more seriously. Do you do any 3D modeling commissions? So far, I have not. So far, all of my 3D modeling has started as a personal project and then moved on to being sold because people wanted it. I have not taken on any commissions as yet. I'm not opposed to it. It would depend on what the project was. Like, if someone were to suggest something to me and it happened to be something that I wanted already, I would be far more inclined to accept it. But then I'm a selfish bastard, so... The optimist in me says that the future for stuff like this is a good relationship between producer and community where people don't want to steal. Where files are simply provided cheaply enough and readily enough and the value is good enough that when people turn around and go, I'm gonna pirate it, the community goes, well, fuck you, asshole, quit being a pirate. They're not charging you that much money and they're providing good files. But, you know, that, I confess, as much as I want to believe in that, is probably largely just Fantasyland bullshit. The real world is not as considerate as all that most times. But at the same time, the industry that we're in is a very community-oriented one, so maybe it is possible. There's always going to be somebody pirating somewhere. You're not going to stop it, but, you know, if you can brunt, if you can take the teeth out of the worst of it. But again, I'm not entirely sure how you would do that. I'm going to thin this red a little bit. I want to try putting some on the shield. Hey, Papa Bear. Storm Report closing soon. Yes, that is a good point. We'll be closing the Storm Report in about 7 minutes. So if you want to get something in for the Storm Report tonight, please get it in before then. If you're just thinking about it, if you're on the fence, I would strongly encourage you to go ahead and do it. It's a good time. Everybody has fun. Another bit of that on the opposite side up here. I'm going to try a mild non-metallic metal effect on this shield. I'm not sure how it's going to work out. I mean, we're not going to finish it today because I got 7 minutes. But you guys can see how I'm starting it at least. I might give one more stream session to Captain America just because he's a great figure and an awesome character and everybody loves him. And I'd like to do the shield some justice. I might just paint the rest of him extracurricularly. I don't know. Let me know what you think. If you guys would like to see Captain America one more time, mostly working on his shield, we could do that. if you'd like me to continue my regular rotation, we could do that too. I'm not opposed to either one, really. I don't know that Games Workshop is as expensive as they get a reputation for being. I think most of the issue isn't even really the value for the sculpt, Greg. It's that they engage in some blatantly profit-seeking practices, which it's hard to blame them for, what with being a company and all. But like, I'd be more understanding if it weren't blatantly obvious on a few occasions that they had done things like specifically nerf the stats of armies and boost the stats of other ones to drive sales of those armies. And that's not cool. That is not fucking cool at all. But they've absolutely done it. They've got a lot of overhead, too. I think the problem isn't that... See, if Games Workshop existed in a market that was standing still, they would still be as good a company as they used to be for the most part. But the problem is they exist in a market that is evolving. And the difficulty of those sculpts that are so high quality that they sell themselves on so much, the difficulty has gone down. The tools to create those sculpts have become more accessible. And the tools that they themselves use to then prototype and mass-produce those sculpts has also become vastly more accessible. And they have to recognize that. They've got to bring something new to the table or accept that their work is worth less money today than it was yesterday. It just is. It's a hard reality, certainly. But I don't think that makes it any less real. I mean, that may be true, Greg, but what the fuck does that mean to me, is the ultimate question. That they paid to develop it means dick right now, as far as how accessible it is. Hey girl, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Like, I can appreciate that, but I mean, how far is development gratitude supposed to take me as far as the money that I'm spending on models today? Every time that I sign over a ridiculously huge bill to Games Workshop, am I supposed to include a fucking thank you note? Hey guys, thank you for, you know, creating the modern wargaming industry. Like, yeah, that's awesome, but all they really deserve for that is a thank you. They need to continue to create product that is worth the money that they're actually charging, and not assume that we're willing to pay them more money because we love them so much. There are a lot of people who are willing to do that. It's a very real market. It's just that there are fewer of them every year. Oh yeah, the stuff, particularly Hethria, the stuff that they're selling in resin prints. And I mean, some of it's not even that good, and they're absolutely, like, they do 3D printing to prototype their shit. There are models on Forge World that you can go to and look at their resin casts, and you can see the fucking print lines in them still. Like, they didn't even do any work to remove them. Which, why am I paying extra money for that? It's nuts. Yeah, that's exactly it, WJ. Henry Ford perfected the assembly line. We don't write a check to Henry Ford for every mass-produced product that exists. Like, they pioneered the manufacturing process, and that's great and all, but it exists now, and they have to deal with that. Yeah, Forge World is shit, and sloppy for that matter. And their sculpts are not that good. Really just not. I think there are worse companies than Games Workshop out there by, like, a huge margin. I don't want to say that Games Workshop is a bad company, because everything's relative. Games Workshop is a perfectly fine company that produces good products and supports several of the largest war games in the world. Not to mention wargaming overall. But there are new ways of doing this that they have chosen to ignore in favor of just making as much money as they possibly can. I fear that they're losing their edge on innovation, and that's sad. That, and then there's, like, Finecast, which is, like, just straight up fuck you. Just fuck you with your Finecast. Oh my god. Yeah, oh no shit, there are companies like, say, Harmony Gold. What are they doing now, then, Greg? It's not Finecast, it's the... whatever the resin is that they're putting in the old metal molds to resell their old sculpts from Lord of the Rings. Maybe it's not Finecast, whatever it is they're doing now, it's still just fucking garbage. So bad. They're still selling those. I don't know what they're calling it. I don't know if they changed the names. It's effectively the same thing. Alright. So here we got a few hours work on Captain America from nothing but a bass tone. Machine God, thank you so much for the reminder. They're doing their whole new game in Pewter? Why would they do that, Hethrir? That's insane. So, we are not done with Captain America by a long shot. We need one more round of highlights on the red. We need to highlight the leather, and we need to shade and highlight the white. And then we need to continue doing work on the shield. I think you can see on the shield what I've started to do here is just to build up red highlights sort of in a line going this way, radiating around the shield. It's very subtle at this point, but the idea is I'm going to continue to build that up in narrower and narrower bands until we get a reflection traveling this way along the shield. And maybe do a couple of smaller ones here and here. I'm not sure. I mostly want to build these ones up first and then do the blue and the star and then kind of decide where we're going to go from there. I think that'll look nice, though, as we continue to work. Yeah, no, Privateer Press is a great example of a company that won't get with the times, like, aggressively. Like, as if it's a point of pride for them. It's crazy. Greg, did you see the models that I made? I'm very proud of them. I'll show them one more time. They need some more work. I need to go in and do some more work on the red. And in fact, I think I'm going to use these reds I just mixed for Captain America because they're much closer to the reds that I wanted. So the eyes are a little faded out right now, but check them out. I'm pretty pleased with myself considering I made these from scratch. Using nothing but images from Star Wars Rebels and some concept art. It's just nice to have some minis that I made, you know? I'm pretty pleased with them. And they printed nicely, too. I got 6 different poses for a full squad. Oh, thank you for saying so, Samir. But it's looking like... Oh, here's the guy in the most basic of poses, the stomping forward, gun at hip pose. The only thing it didn't print really well on them is the details on the backpack. I need to address that, and then I'm going to release these files. I just love these because they are... they're basically Dark Troopers from Star Wars Dark Forces. And I know they're sentry droids or whatever, but come on. These are basically Phase 2 Dark Troopers. And I kind of carried that forward a little bit by putting this grenade launcher underslung beneath the blaster. Because Phase 2 Dark Troopers had, like, concussion grenade launchers, and the Death Troopers in Star Wars Legion have a weapon that switches back and forth between blaster and grenade launchers, so I thought the underslung grenade launcher was appropriate. Yeah, dude, Dark Forces was great. I think Dark Troopers are like the great lost item from the Star Wars extended universe, and I love that Dave Filoni kind of wanted to bring them back a little bit in Rebels. Obviously, they're not as powerful as Dark Troopers were. Dark Troopers were kind of nonsense, you know? But these are clearly visually inspired by them, all the way down to having the little stumpy, flattened Stormtrooper helmets down between the big shoulder pads. I'm very pleased with how these models came out. And this paint job was just... This was a quick dry brush and a couple of details, but I wanted to get some pictures of them. I'm going to wind up doing some more squads of them. I got some more droids in the works right now. I'm also working on AP5 from Star Wars Rebels. Kyle Katarn over Plank Woman. I cannot agree with you like any more than I already do. Hell, even Jan Ors over Jyn Erso. Do you think we don't see what you did? We see what you did. Though that puts us right about at... Oh, we're going to go to it right now. Dark Fox. We decided to wait until about 8:45. Dark Fox, if you would do me a favor and close the Storm Report for further submissions, we're going to go ahead and roll right over and take a look at what y'all have been sharing. Maybe we should ask Kat. Kat, what time is it again?
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorb paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
I have no idea where she is. That's so weird. Did you want to get a picture in? I'll give you, if there are people who are like struggling to get pictures in right now, I'll give you another like 2 minutes. Oh, you did about 7 minutes. Okay, you know what? Let's just move forward. Let's just move forward. I don't want to establish a precedent of dancing back and forth, so let's go a click. And here we go. First up, we have from Machine God, who has been talking recently, and by recently I mean today, because today is the first time that I have ever spoken to him that I know of, about doing some commission work, which is an interesting field to get into, and I wish you the best of luck. And as I said before, if I was going to give any piece of advice to anybody getting into commission work, don't undervalue yourself. Do not undervalue yourself. I know that it can be tempting to undervalue your own work, but don't do it, man. Oh, have we? That's awesome. I hope we've interacted well. I hope you aren't one of the ones who I posted something like, "Shut up, douchebag," and then deleted my comment like 30 minutes later. That's one of my favorite things to do. That's what I was talking about earlier, Greg, was that time that I did that General Veers model for Brian, and you stopped me from giving it to him for like $20. You're like, no, you're taking more money. You're taking more money for the model. I'm the one who banned it. I don't think that's true. I wouldn't have done it for $5. That sounds correct. God, I hope that's not true. Was I that dumb? Ugh. Well, either way, Greg convinced me to actually charge real money for it, and since then, I have made far more money on any commission work that I've done. Far more money. I had just finished painting Veers, and I came in, and we had just, like, played a game, and I'm hanging around the game shop, and, yeah, my brain wasn't wasn't all put together. Let's take a look at some of the work the Machine God's been doing. Nice Banshee. I like the basing work. Excuse me. Good paint job overall. Good edge highlights. I like what we've done here with the lasers and all. Yeah, man. You could definitely do some Battletech Commission work. I like the basing, the little broken off tree here. I think if you took a little bit of foliage and glued it on there, it would give it a little bit... Yeah. The tree is maybe the weakest part of the basing. It's not as detailed as the rest of it. If you primed it and dry brushed it a little bit, or glued a little bit of flocking to it, I think that would improve it. Really nice work, though, Machine God. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, the tree looks a little plastic, and it's a funny sort of thing that it will draw... It draws the eye, and it kind of detracts from the rest of the paint job a little bit. It needs just a little bit of depth. It's supposed to be a dead tree. Yeah, so if you primed it and you gave it a couple of rounds of dry brushing to give it more of a dead tree look, like a dark brown out to sort of a pale, warm white, I think that would improve it. And here we have something from Fried Eggs. Wait, the Not Fireball. Oh, ho, ho, I see. This is an American mecha that definitely isn't a fireball. Yeah, I figured that was probably you, Tiny Robots in a Box. This is your style. This is an interesting tea. What am I drinking? Does it say? It doesn't say. Excuse me. Drinking people, oh god! Well, that explains the little extra bit of tang there, doesn't it? Oh, there's a lemon in there. I was like, why is it citrus? Oh, because there is, in fact, lemon in it. Okay. It's from a throat, after all. And then we got a print of it. Oh, yeah. It's a solid little mech there. What a cute little fireball. What a cute little fireball. Get that bad boy painted up, my man. Fire blap. Yeah, we'll just start co-opting a bunch of Russian curse words. That's a great idea. Girlfriend's first firework. And it's a Roman candle being fired from her hand, which is objectively a terrible idea. What have you done? That's really cool, though. Pooh! Roman candles are the source of so many injuries for me as a child. Oh, yeah, that's right. My audio is... Oh, God. Hang on. We want to hear her laughter. Her somewhat patronizing sounding laughter. Let's turn that on. Let's turn this off. There we go. The haha, yeah, that's really what it's about. That brings the whole video together. Haha! Yeah! We should make that a meme. I don't know why I like it so much. That's pretty cool, Chaotic. We had so many fireworks up here last night. It was fucking crazy. I feel like everybody right now is kind of needing to let off some steam, so everybody... And we had a bunch of rain, too. Like, if we hadn't had rain, I would have been upset to see fireworks, because I live what is basically amongst a series of fields of actively growing gasoline that would have gone up all at once. But we got a bunch of rain, and then it eased off towards the evening, so I went out at night, out to my little spot where Mr. Cat lives now, and sat out there and watched the sun go down, and there was just fireworks, horizon to horizon. It was actually pretty cool. Showed up with $50 worth of fireworks and promptly felt inadequate. Got totally emasculated by Grandma. Crossbow roof. Oh, this is what you were working on. When you were asking about how to, you were doing some work in Fusion 360 to make your own little paint rack, right? That came out really, really nice. I dig it. Get those files posted up, man. Everybody wants to steal them. Steal them. While I wait for the Trinitower to finish printing, we're going full-ish modular for the third neoprene map setup. Look at all those hills. Look at all those hills, Silver Hydra. Paint back, rack pack. Yeah, we'll go with that. That works. Oh, these are from Thingiverse? Who was it that was asking... Okay, somebody was recently asking advice on how to do simple work in Fusion 360 to make something very similar to this. So I must have confused you with them, Crossbow Roof. I apologize for that. Very similar, though. These are from Thingiverse? But nice. I like... These look like little brush holders in the ends. That's a clever idea. Pop the link over into the 3D printing section. I wouldn't mind taking a look at them. I'm always looking for new paint solutions. My current one is okay, but it's really heavy. Look at all those hills. Look at all those hills. I love the little mods that you've made to these Silver Hydra. They're very clever. It'll be good to see all those together. I need to do some more of the hills. I need to do some more of the hills for the neoprene map sets. I've just been working on so much other shit lately. Oof, look at that. That's some nice work there. Hector, early primitive battle mech. Oh yeah, I can see it. Here we got our line art. I can dig that. It's got a bit of the Uziel about it, doesn't it? Pose will be more squat, legs will be bent further. Okay. I look forward to seeing it. Yeah, I can see what you mean. The legs need to be just a little bit more, and maybe the arms could come down in the angle a little bit. Great model, terrible design. Well, we know what Vergaderung thinks at any rate. Thank you so much for sharing, Tiny Robots, as always. I'm not... That's a terrible joke, Sentient Pickle. I'm not going to read that out loud. And some work Roland has been doing. I'm going to start at the end, because here we have the unprimed figure. What mech is this? I don't recognize this one. Ooh. That looks pretty nice. And you're still doing the contrast method, aren't you, Roland? See, this is what I mean by I love when Demolisher, thank you. Demolisher, Devastator. No, Devastator would be yellow and purple. That's what the Constructicons turned into. No, I know Devastator. This is no Devastator. Devastator would have one arm that is a backhoe. Otherwise, it's not really a Devastator. Well, you said it because Demolisher and Devastator are damn near the same word that mean damn near the same thing, Machine God. I think it's forgivable. Did a really good work. Did a really good work, guys. I know how to use my words real smart like. No, you did a really good job on this, man. You're getting better at the contrast method. I know I keep saying that, but each one shows improvement. That's a big, blocky son of a bitch of a mech, isn't it? The way the arms are attached, too. Like, it has a pair of offset... What would be the word for that? Not spindle, but like a servo that the weapon kind of rotates around and then can go up. That's crazy. That's just the way that elbow is put together is madness, but I dig it. I can English real good. Roland, thank you so much for sharing with us. As always, that looks real nice. Samare, it would be a fair statement to say that I'm a bit of a fan of Titanfall 2, and if you're curious about the photos on the right, that's my father and his Formula V in 1966. And that's me and Samare STI back in 2016, both powered by flat 4 engines, both regional championship winners, 50 years apart. Likes to go fast. As Samare always says, if you're not first, you're last. I don't think he says that. That's not really a thing. L brackets, so many L... Yeah, a swivel, a spindle, a dealy bopper, a whoozy what's it, one of those things. You know the one I'm talking about. Look at that. That pilot's helmet was a pretty cool get, because that was one of the like limited edition ones, wasn't it? Or did you make this one yourself, Samare? I know that they gave out the pilot's helmets as part of one of the original limited edition sets you could buy. I always thought the pilot's helmets for Titanfall 2 were really, really cool. Better to be number 2 than number 1. What's good, bro? Majin Who Laughs. Good to see you, man. How are things? Haven't seen you in a bit. Of course, I haven't been over to MCB's in a bit, either. Good to see you, man. We're right towards the end of the stream, just going through the Storm Report, taking a look at some pictures that people have submitted. It really does. Titanfall 2, like the designs of the outfits, the concept of the pilot as an engine of destruction with all of his advanced gear. Like, I love everything about Titanfall 2, you guys. That seems to go without saying at this point. It's gone really, really well. Thanks for asking, man. My Cthulhu Rising from the Rillier Dice Tower, used for Call of Cthulhu, Arkham Horror, and Eldritch Horror game. What is that voice? That's not even from anything. That's just me being an idiot. It's about 13 years old at this point, and I think it's made out of composite. Composite what? That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's the angled door with him pulling himself out of it. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's really neat. Too many Euclidean lines. Yes. I can tell what angle the door is at, and I read the book. It very specifically said that trying to tell what angle the door was at would drive you mad. I'm afraid that this is not accurate. Not accurate at all. Really a very cool Dice Tower sentient pickle. Vergaderung, all the roads I've printed so far, the glass bled. I can't talk today. I'm tripping over my own words every 5 minutes. All the roads I've printed so far, the glass bed and glue stick, have been remarkably grippy. So much so that I have trouble removing the pieces. Yeah, when you're using an actual adhesive on the glass bed, you gotta just kind of wait for it to separate naturally. Because it does not want to separate otherwise. Look at all those Trinity City roads. Guys, I'm so proud of this set. It's such a simple set. It's such a simple idea. I'd like to continue to improve on it, honestly. Why would a lack of right angles and parallel lines drive a person mad, though? WJ, I always got from it that it was both. Non-Euclidean doesn't really describe it. It was more a metaphysical wrongness with the angles. So, like, I always use the example of a square with 5 sides. Like, you look at it, and it's a square, and your mind says that's a square, and I can see it. But then you count the sides, and there's 5, and you're like, but it's a square, and it has right angles. But there's 5 sides. Why is this the case? Like, you can't understand what you're seeing because it exists in more dimensions than you're capable of perceiving. You know, we have road curves now, White Wolf. I released those a while ago. Art Museum in Denver has rooms that are not 90-degree angles and are all curved, angled, and weird, vertigo-inducing brain explosion. And those are just angles that are possible. That's before we get to the point that, oh, he hasn't done them. Well, okay, they exist, though, I'm telling you. That's before we get to the part where we're like, and then a god from another dimension made it crazy, at which point you go extra mad. Well, like I said, though, I'm really proud of this set. It's so simple, it's so straightforward. I was shocked that nobody had made it yet, but there's been such a big response to it. Fried eggs with the old Annihilator 2C. It really does look better than the regular Annihilator. It does. They weren't in the files yet. I'll put them up on the STL share. I'll just release them, because they're not going to be useful to you if you don't have the rest of the files anyway. Got permission to make it into a 3D model, but I suck at model making when I commission someone to recreate it. Well, it's a very, very nice looking. You should talk to Papa Bear. He's been working on Annihilator lately, and he's done a pretty good job at it. Yeah, it's a very smart person indeed. Someone obsessed with mods. Roland, what do we have here? Well, that's a chonky boy is what that is. This is alarmingly realistic looking. Oh, this is a Scroggins design, huh? I mean, I believe that's his signature right there. I may have my personal issues with Anthony Scroggins, but I have never said on this channel, nor will I ever say, that he is a bad artist, because he is not. If anything, it irritates me that I don't like him as a person, because I really like his art. I like a lot of his art. A game whose minis I wish I had purchased. Mecha Front. Interesting. I'm not familiar with that. Would you do me a favor? And looks like you've got... If there's a link to more of this art into the game itself, if it still exists, I'd love to see that. Either send it to me in a PM or post it over in the Miniature General. Please. Samare. I know this is kind of spamming and I do apologize in advance. Well, your apology's not accepted, Samare. Get the fuck out of... No, I'm kidding. It's fine. But I won't post anything past you without deleting these first. Chat was talking about furry/anthro characters, a conversation that I missed almost entirely. Like, I'm aware that it happened, but I pretty much missed it. Prompted me to post these to share. Started playing with one of these miniature designing sites, Hero Forge, I believe. That's a cool site. And did have some fun bringing life to some old characters of mine. Really enjoyed the ability to do very dynamic poses with them, and with a lot of custom controls and such over very fine posing. Hero Forge has come a long way in the last few years. It didn't have fine controls like this in the past. It was very much just swap a couple of specific things in specific poses, but it looks like they've really upped their game. That's pretty nice. Oh, and then we got the John Woo version of the Dragon Man. Bang, bang, bang. The only thing he's not doing is jumping through the air. It's funny, it's furry, but they're actually scalies. And then there's this alarmingly attractive dragon woman, who for some reason has breasts even though she's a lizard. Let's just not question things too much. Yeah? Boob dragon? Yeah, that's accurate. Dragon boobs. Yeah, why not? I assume that you pull back. You know what? Let's not think too much about this. This is reminding me of the that Not Another D&D podcast, when they start talking about the particulars of dragon genitalia and the fact that somebody did in fact have to find these things out before writing it in their beastography books. Beastography, bestiary, you know the ones. Helps with distraction rolls. Yeah, I can dig that. Mammal-like reptiles existed in prehistoric Earth. It's funny that you mentioned that, WJ. I was just watching a video on that last night about the early creatures that the amphibious creatures that before they split off into mammals and reptiles that were a little bit of each. The first creatures to develop the amniotic eggs to lay on land. And it's fairly interesting stuff, honestly. A lot of them we think look like basically creatures from Star Wars, as far as I can tell. Maybe there's a connection there. I think that is actually true, Machine Gun. Everything in Elder Scrolls is weird, though. Tempted to pick up a resin printer just for Hero Forge / Battletech minis. Silver Hydra, you would not getting. I really can't talk today. This has been like the 30th time I've stumbled over my words. You won't regret getting a resin printer one way or the other. It's a fantastic thing to have. It really is. Hasn't been as weird since Morrowind, though, and I miss it. Machine God, I agree. Morrowind felt like stepping into an alien world. And then Oblivion happened, and it was like, wait, the rest of the world is, like, alarmingly generic. I mean, it's not like Daggerfall was anything but fairly generic fantasy, but Morrowind was, like, really far out there. Yeah, don't drink the resin. That's good advice, Tiny Robots. Thank you for getting that out there. Don't put the resin in any of your orifices. In none of them. Culinary atrocity #1 in... Oh, God, really? What am I seeing here? Alright, I'm seeing here that this came from the Imperial Hotel in Tokyo. So this is something that Japanese people did to food, which I think like 30% of the time is deeply disturbing. Woven mat of fish and sea... Really? I mean, I don't see why you would do this. This seems like way more effort than it's worth. But at the same time, I don't feel like this would necessarily be... Oh, okay, so that's not what it is. Why do I listen to you, Tiny Robots? Why do I ever listen to you? It's steak marinated in minced onion. That makes way more goddamn sense. I believed you for a second, too. God, I'm stupid. The other 70% is magic. Yeah, it's true. The other 70% is like a fucking bomb of umami that you never realized you needed. I believe it. It looks super tender. It doesn't look super appetizing, but I'll bet it tastes fucking amazing. I don't think that counts as a culinary atrocity. Yeah, it does. I agree with Dark Fox. Only just, it does look edible. Like, I would put that in my mouth. I would complain about it a little bit beforehand, and I would wince. I would do, like, I'd look at it, and I'd go. But then I'd eat it. So I don't think it counts as a culinary atrocity. It doesn't have any gelatin in it, nor does it have pieces of fruit suspended in opaque, pastel-colored anything. So, steak on the cob. Actually sounds delicious. Gear Falcon with an 1858 New Army Remington black powder revolver. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Ooh, that's nice. Ooh, it just has such a nice curve to it, doesn't it? All the way back into the grip. And that octagonal barrel. Really nice. With the brass furniture down here. Sweet looking holster for it too. So the question is, can you spin it? Shoot this with the Henry? That'd be a good time. That Henry kicks like a fucking mule, man. But reloading it is probably a huge pain in the ass. That's true. But so, it is. I had so much fun firing that thing, but yeah, I also had a bruise, a really big one, afterwards. You need to get up here and do some more shooting. We have moved my shooting range. It is out away from the gas pumps, which is probably a good move overall, and it's a bit more permanently installed. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Gear Falcon. That's a damn fine-looking weapon. Cybran Knight here, still work in progress, of course, but these Quake parts are coming along. Oh yeah, you got those panels lined in real nice, setting in with that green and blue paint job. I'm looking forward to seeing the inevitable numerous pictures of the... What did you say? There were 17 variants of this tank? Holy shit, man. I expect at least 17 pictures. I hope you understand that. Did I say green and blue? I meant gray and blue. Gray and blue. If I said green and blue, that was me being... I can't talk today. I've been stumbling over my own words every few minutes. 15, oh, well. That's much better. And doggos, because I have nothing else interesting. That's an autocorrect. That would say interesting going on today. No, look at this little... Oh, no. Oh, no. He just looks like mischief. Just looks like mischief. Look at that. Scrappy little fool. Oh, all tuckered out. Oh, no, look at the look. Look on his face. He's so tired. No. That's pretty adorable. That's pretty adorable. Doggos are always welcome. Chaotic Harmony on the subject of first minis. That's rough. That's not just surface wise. The surface is also rough. Filled his paint with sand. Ladies and gentlemen, thin your paints. Oh, I love first mini pictures though. I really do. It reminds us how far we've come. The first time you put paint down on a miniature, you're just kind of Zoda Beard, that is more than likely just an unfortunate prime job. Primer will fuzz. Particularly, I know that Chaotic Harmony lives in Texas, and it gets humid down there sometimes. And if you're priming outside and you haven't done a lot of priming, particularly if you're priming a miniature, the moisture can cause it to fuzz pretty badly. I should put my first up. Yeah, everybody. I love seeing first models. I really do. We all have to remember where we came from. And this is wonderful to see because if you look at Chaotic Harmony's latest stuff, like, he's come so far. His paint jobs have gotten pretty cool. This last Shadowhawk that he did, I really dig. Maybe we should do something like that on stream sometime. Have a specific Storm Report dedicated to first mini, latest mini. I don't have my first mini, but I have a miniature up here on my shelf here that's one of my first 5 miniatures. And I sort of count that as my first mini because it's sort of close enough and, you know, I still have it. So. Yes, White Wolf, I owe you that as well. I have been... Oh my god. Ever since I decided to move that over to YouTube and then producing things for YouTube has been whole other can of worms. But yes, White Wolf, I owe you that, and I haven't forgotten. Oh, I haven't forgotten. You're getting it. I'm probably going to touch base with you actually on that here pretty soon to update our content a little bit, because I got those pictures from you a while ago, and I'd like to work with, if you've done any work since then, I'd like to work with something a little bit more recent, or just extend it a little bit. I'll touch base with you on that, though, White Wolf. I owe that to a couple other people as well.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
It's true. It's true, you will. Oh, well, that's perfect then, White Wolf. that's,
If you anchor the
fantastic.
box,
I'm sure you did it on
get
purpose.
Stuffed in a box.
Get it? It rhymes. Hold on. Not my first, but among my first wave of painted minis, just Glorbon the Citadel washes, baby. For among your first, this is still really good, though. This is solid work for camo. Like, I don't do very good work with camouflage, like, at all. I haven't improved at all. Well, it's good to recognize where we come from and where we are, tiny robots. Silver Hydra, woo, the process is as good as it needs to be now. Look at that. Look at that. That's pretty neat. I would not be opposed to re-uploading, or to having these just uploaded as a remix if you were interested in doing that. This is actually really, really cool, and I think people would really enjoy using these Silver Hydra. I dig it. Hethrir sharing Kara, the Sloan Ranger, for his Infernals army. Ooh! That orange is hot. Damn! The gray to the yellow to the orange? That's really nice. I mean, I assumed it's not based Hethrir. So much of a good paint job. Like, okay, yeah, if you got really, really good brushwork and you do a lot of really good blending, like, that can sort of define a good paint job. But if you do all the fine brushwork and all the blending in the world on a fundamentally poor concept, it's not necessarily going to look that good. I can't tell you how many miniatures I've done that I've spent a lot of time on and done what I felt like was a really good job on, and then set them down and looked at them from 3 feet away and realized that my initial color choices, the initial color palette I chose to do, was bad. That it all blends together, and that none of it contrasts, and none of it looks good. And so much of painting a good miniature, exactly, Greg, nothing worse than bad composition and good technique. It's frustrating. It's frustrating when you apply that good technique and then you realize my composition was shit. This is an example of solid composition, to me. The color choices initially and the way that they're divided up on the model, it's all very eye-catching and high contrast. And it's not the sort of thing that you might think to go with right off the bat. It takes a little bit of... It takes being kind of bold with your miniature painting. But these were fantastic color choices, Hethrir. They look really good together, and I look forward to seeing the finished model. Yeah, and then the orange is just like kapow, right? Hits you. I love it. Just dropping this 15mm force off for the Storm Report from Painted Ogre. Zin Army. Shared before, all finished up. Yeah, that's right, we saw these guys. You done some more work. Ooh, they look nice. And this is another good example of... I feel like the yellow is... It seems like it's a little desaturated on the guys on the left, but that might be just from the photo and the lighting. But this is another solid example. It becomes more important. What I'm talking about with composition, it becomes more important the smaller the scale is. If you've got a big miniature, if you've got like a bust or something with a lot of detail, you can afford to divide your contrast up a little bit more. You can afford to go a little more desaturated. You can afford to zero in on the fine details and get your contrast in there. If you are working with small scale, you need to have something that grabs the eye. You need to have something that really differentiates the different parts of the model, or you will just lose track of what's what entirely. And yes, exactly, Greg, this is a perfect example. The blue triangle on the big guy pulls the eye to the correct place on the mini. And this is what we're talking about with composition. So much of miniature painting is fooling the human eye. and not just fooling, but manipulating human vision, essentially. We're drawn to certain things, certain shapes, and you have to sort of pick a part of the model that you want the eye to focus on, make that your focal point, and draw the eye there. But then he's also repeated the blue, you'll note, down here on the knees. So it's not just there's a blue head. If this was a blue head and the rest was yellow, it would look weird. It would look strange. But instead, it's mostly yellow, and we have this major focal point here, and then it's balanced out down here on the knees. And then most of the yellow, you're able to kind of focus on the big, meaty fists that he's got. This is a really great color composition. With, like, there's like 3 colors on this miniature. If you look at it, there's the blue, the yellow, and then there's the black here on the gun. I think the gun's probably the weakest part, if I'm being critical. It's crazy. Exactly, Greg. So much of good paint. I can't tell you how many paint jobs I've seen. And pay attention to this. Next time you guys are online looking at models, when a paint job comes across your desk that really just grabs you, that you're like, whoa, that's a great looking mini. Some of them you're going to look at and they're going to be highly technical, but some of them, if you really dig into them, you'll notice that there are entire portions of the miniature that aren't painted at all, or that are painted so minimally. And it's just good color composition. It's good color choice, it's high contrast, and it's good composition. I think that those minis Hathrier posted a while ago for his commission, the ones with the flaming wings, is another good example of color composition. Very simple. Lots of detail, not ignored, but not drawn out of the model. And only the details that he wanted to draw out were drawn out by his color choices. And it just, like, it just works. It just works. Fresh off some assembly required factory floor, the Adequate will be strolling at a leisurely pace to a battlefield near you. Now, Papa Bear has been infected by Cybran Knight's sensibilities. There are so many variants for this mech. So many variants for this mech. Do keep in mind we strive to provide a project you will find acceptable. That's a fucking flail with a bike chain. What? Papa Bear. Papa Bear, what have you become? What are you doing? You've lost your mind. That's insane. How would that even work? This mech would rip itself to pieces. Oh. Honestly, I feel like this is a good example of why the design aesthetic that makes Warhammer what it is works, why it appeals to people, is because it's willing to just do patently absurd things. I feel like a lot of miniature makers and a lot of war games get lost in, well, what's realistic? And I gotta tell you, what's realistic doesn't fucking matter, because it's not real. Nothing about this machine makes any goddamn sense. From the moment that you take a big war machine and you put it on 2 legs and you stand it up like a human, you've stopped making sense. So, let it go. Have fun with it. Stick with some plausibility, sure, but have fun with it. And you know what? Papa Bear had fun with this. I love that it's essentially a bike chain that we have linking this flail on here. That's absolutely fucking nuts. Batshit crazy, fuck off, wacky stuff. Exactly, Samare. Exactly. It's far less crazy than some mechs I've seen. Yeah, but there are a lot of mech designs out there that are trying to look cool, and it's like they're trying too hard and they're not having any fun. And this one's having more fun. I dig it. Yeah, exactly, Greg. Exactly. Like, I look at this and I'm like, I recognize this piece of machinery. I dig it. I really like that, Papa Bear. That's fine work. Manro Fasal, faces, faces, faces. As you know, the bane of my existence. I love some classic Space Wolves. I really do. It's a nice gray blue you got going on there. Faces are tricky, man. The faces are another one where it's largely human pattern recognition. Your brain knows what a face looks like, even if you can't necessarily draw a face from memory. And so much of making a face look real is, again, I don't want to say it's tricking the human eye, but it kind of is. It's creating, because I mean, if you think about it, your lizard brain here. What a stupid thing to your lizard brain here in your brain. Your basic instincts the pattern recognition in your mind is designed to do things like you're sitting around a campfire and something comes in from the bushes nearby, you recognize faces. It's why you can look up into the clouds and see faces, or see, a dog, or you look at the clouds and you're like, that looks like a taco. It's because we recognize patterns. We're looking for patterns all the time to keep us alive. And the human brain is looking for the pattern specifically of faces. Pareidolia, is that what it's called? So you have to give it the basic shapes to work with more than anything else. And weirdly, high contrast works really, really well for that in miniature form, rather than realistic faces. I know, it's not really a lizard brain, it's just a way of referring to, the most primitive, reactive part of your brain. I've never seen a taco cloud. It was a bad example, to be fair. But I struggle with faces too. I really do. And it's because I tend to want to do my faces very realistically. But realistic faces are not a good idea on miniatures. Realistic faces are a good idea on busts, or on statues, or something like that. That's where they're going to look good. But on miniatures, you got to pull out the primary shapes and facial features. And I will give... The taco clouds are now a thing. I want to see these. I'm planning on doing an entire model in skin tones as a study just to get better at it. That's usually my excuse when I print out and paint a model that's basically all thighs and tits. Greg, I'm doing a study on flesh tones. And thigh gaps, but mostly flesh tones. Thank you for sharing, Manro. The production floor, packaged and ready to hit the nearest HPG. This is what I mean. Cyber Knight got inside his head. And, it's all downhill from here, man. Papa Bear, I can't save you at this point. I hope you understand that. This is just where you live now. And, we'll have a memorial to you one day. Really, really nice work, though. Holy shit, so many variants. You will never, ever run out of different versions of the adequate to print. That much is absolutely clear. Tenderizer fists, yeah. I'm a fan of the tenderizer fists. Anything that looks like it's piston punching, I'm generally into. Don't read too much into that. Kursala finally finished up the weapon plugs. Oh, what an unappetizing phrase. Yeah, that's nice. You might consider putting a little key on them. Just a little key in the back to line them up. I can appreciate this modularity in design, though. As much as I give Cybran shit for it, it's very, very cool to see. And I love that you're able to just reuse the weapons across different projects. That's true, Tiny Robots. They are very, very small. Huh. Maybe if you just extended the entire bottom surface down into a key so that it clicked in. I don't know. I don't want to... it's your project. I don't want to interfere too much. I've already complained to Kursala until he changed at least one feature on there. So, I'll just leave him to it. And then from Machine God. Ooh, what am I looking at here, Machine God? Do you do some 3D modeling? MechWarrior Online Matar, Kit Bash, and a MechWarrior Online Phoenix Hawk Lamb Kit. Oh, you are a psychopath. Working on lambs? My god. Oh yeah, some magnets. I'm never gonna suggest magnets, even if they're a good idea. I can't give Cyber Knight the fucking pleasure of hearing me say it. Lambs. Oh, lambs. They take me to such a fun place. You're out of your mind, Machine God. I like your style. I like the cut of your jib. Those are really nice kit bashes, though. Good work on that. Needed one for my Lyrans thanks to the rat. Don't like the new sculpt. Yeah. And that's part of the reason I like 3D printing as much as I do, is if somebody releases an official model and you're like, yeah, but it's not exactly what I want it to be. You can change that. Jetfire from Transform, it does look like. I'm glad that somebody remembers Jetfire, not just Starscream. Jetfire had the badass Conehead thing going on. I'm not reading that, Tiny Robots, and I don't even know why do you say things? Greg the Salt Miner, need to polish the true metallic metal, black rim the base. Yeah, give it a little bit of a rim. You know what I mean? And pop some tufts onto it. Not terrible for first 100% oil painted model, but that's not all you did here. That's not all you did here, Greg, is it? You did more than just paint this model. All that basing is your work in ZBrush. Have you been using ZBrush or Blender?
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
Both. Is that the blackfish? I believe it is, isn't it? It really is. He's been getting really, really good at these blends. He's been doing a lot of work with oil paint, and I mean pretty much all work with oil paint at this point. ZBrush for concept and Blender for polishing, then Mesh Mixer for prep. Oh, this is Jorah Mormont, the bear. But yeah, this base insert is really nice looking. Sir Jorah the Friend-Zoned. Oh god, he really just, he lives there. He lives there hard. Ooh. I like this work on the saddle. Here's another, since we're talking about composition, this is an important part of the composition on this model so far. Now, I feel certain that we've got more to come up here, but like this helps so much with being able to see the details of the model. Just this little bit of an intense cool color to break up all the warm colors. Thank you for sharing, Greg, as always. Last minute swap from cream to that, reflected in his clothing. Yeah, that's a good change. Kursala, assembled version, probably should have just stolen Cybern's idea to start with, instead of failing at my own versions. Failing is how we learn. The more you fail now, the less you fail later. Or the more you fail later, but you know how to recover from that failure anyway. I think failure is important in creativity. If you never fail, if you're not willing to fail, and that's something that I'd actually, I'm not going to go off on a whole thing about it, but it's something I've been thinking about myself lately. I've been wanting to produce YouTube content, and I've been just not doing it. I've made a couple of videos. I haven't been happy with them. I got a guy to do my editing for me, which took away a lot of my excuses to not have YouTube videos. I've been trying to nail down exactly what it is that's stopping me. And I think it's a fear of failure. Like, if I'm just being completely honest, I am afraid to put my, I don't know why. I don't know why. The fact that I'm sitting here right now doing a live stream and I don't feel that, I can't explain what the difference is. But somehow putting out a video to be viewed like that, I fear. It's not just failure. It's like I look at other people's videos. I look at other painters who do videos. I look at other streamers who do videos. And I'm like, what the fuck is it that I'm gonna bring to YouTube that these people aren't bringing? What is it that I've got? What's going to be special about, like, am I going to do a teaching video? Like, I'm not really that good of a teacher. Is it just going to be you watching me paint? Like, what? Am I going to rant about the industry? What am I going to do? Everybody's doing that already. And I think, on some level, it is a fear of failure, and I think that it's I need to not just not be afraid of it. I need to be willing to fail and welcome that failure. Because I'm gonna fail. I'm gonna have bad videos. Everybody fails. And it's only in falling like that, it's only in falling flat on our faces that we ah shit, I'm about to quote Batman, aren't I? Why do we fall, Master Bruce? So we can learn to pick ourselves up. But I feel like talking about it is probably the right answer to get over it, you know? What do they got that you ain't got? Better production values for the most part? I don't know. Yeah, but you quoted Alfred, which would Talking about it feels better. And okay, I'll tell you one of the things. Last night I watched a video on YouTube, and it was titled, Why Count Dooku Hates General Grievous's Lightsaber Style. This is one of the dumbest videos I've watched in a long time. It was it wasn't good. It was, well, okay, maybe it's not bad, but it was dumb. It was a lot of navel gazing and ultimately talking about like individual character development pieces that were never in the movies and were never in the show. This is entirely this guy just making shit up, or maybe taking some of it from the books, and he's talking about like why he doesn't respect the use of double-bladed lightsabers, and that's why Savage Opress used them. And I'm like, no, dude, it's because they thought it would look cool. But I had this realization as I'm watching this 10-minute video with 300,000 views. 300,000 views. On a video talking about how Count Dooku, a poorly developed character, teaches his apprentices to fight using a style that he doesn't respect on purpose, which is just complete fucking nonsense and only exists in this dude's head. 300,000 people have watched this. And it just sort of hit me like, dude, you can make anything. You can fucking record any damn thing. And, I mean, like, I'm not saying 300,000 people are going to watch it. I guess if you do enough of them and they're vaguely interesting enough, maybe that'll happen. But I don't know, you can't be afraid to fail. That guy's not afraid of failure. That dude talking about Star Wars theories that don't fucking matter and that have no basis in reality, he's not worried about failing. So why am I? You know? Understandable kind of apprehension. Part of it could be that there's a difference. When you put out a video, you're not able to interact with the audience in real time. You feel like you have to do something else special and unique. But guess what? If you paint something, they will come. If you teach techniques while you paint it, they will learn. And the thing is, Samara, too, I'm not going to put out a video that's perfect the first time, you know? It's going to be an evolution. Go back and watch my first stream. It is bad. It was terrible. I'm not even saying that we're that much better now. You know what we are now is much more put together. And much more able to kind of roll with the punches. So, I just got to start making them. This is mostly me talking myself up. Kind of revving my engines a little bit. But I appreciate you guys listening, you know? Still waiting for a perfect stream, even a good stream. You're gonna be waiting a long damn time, Greg. It doesn't, and that's just it, Samara. It doesn't need to be. It doesn't. And Casual Robot, you are absolutely correct. Embracing failure is a tool for growth, and this started as me saying to Solomon, you have to be willing to fuck it up. You gotta be willing to, because that's the only way we're ever gonna get better. Thanks, Sodabeard, I appreciate that. But no, Sodabeard. That goes against our policy now. We don't compliment others by putting ourselves down. At least I'd prefer if you don't. Because, again, I do that too, and I don't like it in myself. Find your bike chain. That perfect, stupid little thing that you're willing to embrace that other people are going to go, huh, that is cool. I like that. I can dig that. I'm not letting go of it, though. Like, I've had a false start with the YouTube video thing. I talked a lot about wanting to make it, and then I just haven't for a couple of months. I'm not giving up on it, though. I want to produce some content, and we're going to get some made. It's just going to happen. Maybe this week. I'll just sit down. I'll just paint a fucking model from start to finish. I'll talk to my production guy. We'll do a couple of voiceovers. We'll put some music over it. We'll do a couple of effects. We'll speed up and slow it down in a few spots. And, that'll be a start, right? I just gotta get something put up. Let's move on with the Storm Report and stop having just me rambling inanely about my own creative blockages, okay? Do a stream on YouTube. That way So, Greg, all of my streams are actually on YouTube. I've used them to start my channel. They're not edited or anything. They're just, I take the stream, I put it on YouTube, I put a description. And it's, I mean, they're not the best videos, but they get views and I get some comments. Yeah, it's not like, I've got it started a little bit, and I've got some followers and whatnot, which I think is a good step in the right direction. But I want to have some more YouTube-specific content. Oh, we're running right into that for you, are we, Vergatarum? Okay, alright. This is where I'm at with the Dazzle Stalker. Not a whole lot of inspiration on this one. Well, dude, you blew your wad on the fucking isometric turbo spiral, or whatever the term is for what that thing was. Because that shit is just like... So cool. So cool. It's one of those cool ideas you look at and you're like, why the fuck did I never think to do something that cool? Guide content is some of the best content. That's not a bad idea, Greg. Finish working on Cap Shield as a YouTube vid. And that's the thing, too, is I don't need to present my videos as like, I'm an expert at doing this, and here's how you do it like an expert. I might do some videos that are just like, here's something I'm trying to do, let's struggle through it. You know? Welcome to Thunderhead's Existential Corner, where we're going to talk about the nightmare of existence for the next hour and a half. It does sound like some nonsense they would... If the isometric turbo spiral is draining our shields, Captain, maybe if we focus concentrated a stream of bullshit particles through the deflector array, we can paint this damn stalker. I'll tell you though, Vergaderong, it's looking nice, man. And I have absolute confidence that you're going to find the inspiration you need to finish this paint job. And the stalker is really well suited to it too, because it has so many not perfectly flat individual surfaces, but in its overall shape, it's such a simplistic shape. I need you to pull your mental health together. I'll need you to talk me off the ledge in a few months when imposter syndrome hits. By the time your imposter syndrome kicks in, Greg, I will be back into full-on egomaniac mode. We've gotten pretty good at cycling that way, I feel like. When Greg hates his work, I'm like, no man, you're fucking awesome and so am I. And then when I'm like, I've forgotten how to paint, Greg's like, no man, try something new. It works out pretty well. Hey, Joey Bag of Donuts, good to see you. I appreciate you sharing your creative blockages with us, Vergaderong. As long as that's the only blockage. Terrible photo, but a decent amount of priming going on. Woof! Just so much MDF. There's that Typhoon paint mixture. I was looking at this guy's stuff. They are a little expensive, but I do like the idea of buying from someone domestically. I do. Zacky Sack, would that be... I know who this is. I know who this is because I've been following you guys working on getting this grill going on Facebook over the last few days. Ooh. Ooh, Lord. Look at that smoke ring. Look at that shit. It's funny, we just smoked a brisket too. And it came out amazing. This looks delicious. Look at that smoke ring. That's like a ½ inch. What did you miss, White Wolf? I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you missed whatever. I'll go back and I'll do that entire rant over again for you. How about that? I won't. I forgot most of what I said already. That looks absolutely delicious. Ends with a culinary atrocity. That is not an atrocity. No, I knew it was you. I absolutely knew that it was... Like I said... Heinous Land Warrior, I've been following you guys working on that grill and doing some cooking on Facebook over the last few days, and a few times been thinking, I would like to sink my teeth into some of what they're working on over there. Really, really... Dude, fucking gorgeous smoke ring! Look at that thing! That's crazy! Where did it freeze? I'm sorry, guys. Well, I mean, I didn't do it. I don't have like a button here where I push it and it fucks your computer up. I wish I did. Ooh! Cat, make a note. I need a button that I can push that fucks people's computers up. Like, you know, like when supervillains have that button that drops people into a trap door and there's like piranhas? You know? I need one of those. Let's figure that out. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it. But I want it. And that brings us to the end of our storm report. Yeah, I saw the pancakes. That's a lot of pancakes. Stream Jammer button. Thank you for giving it a name. There goes any chance of my stream ever working ever again on the Thunderhead shortlist for fucking up. Well, I mean, that's your fault for being my friend, Greg. That's how I actualize, is by ruining your life. Guys, gals, locusts, and gentlemechs. Thank you to everyone for being here today. We got some good work done on Captain America. We had a fantastic storm report, and you got to listen to me bitch about existential drama and creativity blocks. Why do we even have that lever? Sharks with frickin' laser beams on there. I remember when that shit was like new and kind of stupid. Now it's become like classic and a little dated, which is weird. I've been going for that long. Surprising. Yeah, I need to hit you up in a little bit, Samara. You sent me something right before this, and I need to take a look at it. Let's take a look at who else is going right now. Who's doing what? Oh, Real McClovens, Crocodile. Ooh, that's weird. I pulled up my own stream there for a minute and I was listening to myself. That's unsettling. It looks like we are going to be raiding over to Crocodile for today. He is one of the only painters going right now who I trust. And he's a good dude. Crocodile is like a really friendly guy. I wish I could have as positive an outlook as he generally does. Ew. I'm too negative sometimes. I really am. Nerd House Minis was lurking. Thanks for the entertaining stream. Nerd House Minis, thank you so much for being here, man. I'm glad that you had fun. I know I did. Alright, that is going to be it for us today. We will be back Tuesday, July the 7th. I'm going to try to get some Battletech kicking. I don't know if we're going to do it Tuesday or Thursday, but I'm going to try to get at least one mech painted this week. I will announce on the Discord what we're going to do before we do it. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it more than I can possibly say. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for giving me encouragement. And thank you for feeding me your creativity so that I can consume it, digest it, and let's end that metaphor right there, shall we? Yeah, let's just stop that. That's not a good one. Cat, thank you so much for being here. Thank you to both Cat Ion and to Dark Fox for being my fantastic and attentive mods. Thank you to everyone for the subscriptions today. Thank you for the follows. We got a couple of new people, and it's really exciting. It's always exciting. It really is. Casual Robot, you too, man. All right, I'm going to go get something to eat, and I'm going to send you over to Crocodile. Say hi for me. I'll probably pop in here in a little bit. I will see everybody on Tuesday, hopefully, and until then, keep on painting.